great. I love to stand and speak it. Good. Yes? I have everybody there. Moet ik nog iets officieels melden dat de vrouw later is? Of dat we, want ik heb dat nou niet in mijn vrienden.
Is misschien wel netjes als je dat ergens zegt.
Zet het een beetje naar
Anno. Ik snap het. Anno. Nu. Zo nu dat niks op dat blaadje weer of zo is.
Zet het bij ons leven. Ik ben niet zo met informatieke...
Welcome, welcome everybody.
Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Es un placer verles a todos aquí. Estoy encantada que estén todos aquí con nosotros y sobre todo nuestros representantes tailandeses en primera fila. Como notarán, hoy llevamos mucho el amarillo y esto refleja el mandato, si no me equivoco, pero también en honor del rey de Tailandia. De manera que espero les gusten estos tonos de color. Hoy contamos con varios invitados muy importantes que se dirigirán a ustedes en plenaria. Entre ellas, la señora Anognat, que se incorporará dentro de 15 o 20 minutos, del Ministerio de Agricultura y Cooperativas, pero ya contamos con una nutrida presencia. Excelencias, representante del Ministro de Agricultura y Cooperativas, embajador adjunto de Países Bajos, vicepresidentes del Codex, secretaría del Codex, representantes de la FAO y de la OMS, distinguidos invitados, señoras y señores, bienvenidos al 18º periodo de sesiones del Comité del Codex sobre contaminantes en alimentos. Mi nombre es Sally Hofer y seré su presidente esta semana. Presidiré este comité por 5ª vez y es maravilloso volver a verles a todos. La interpretación está disponible en 3 idiomas, de manera que podrán escuchar el inglés en el canal 1, español en el canal 2 y francés en el canal 3. Y una bienvenida especial a nuestro equipo, el equipo de intérpretes a mi mano derecha. El Comité del Codex para Contaminantes tiene una larga historia de coorganizar y es para mí un placer que sea la primera vez que presido un comité de coorganización en la región Asia conjuntamente con Tailandia. Agradecemos sobremanera a Tailandia que coorganicen esta reunión junto con los Países Bajos. Tengo algo que decir en Thai y me disculpo desde ya por mi pronunciación. Espero que Tailandia me pueda entender y que no diga nada equivocado. Y voy a dejar en manos de la presidenta las palabras en tailandés.
Maitri Kong Hun Thai. Lai Common Man Kong Team Thai Negan Patana Kam Blopai Danahan Susakon Penyang Ying. So again.
Una vez más, me disculpo por la pronunciación y lo voy a traducir ahora. Excelencias, estamos muy agradecidos a Tailandia y por esta hospitalidad y los grandes esfuerzos desplegados por el equipo tailandés. Y ahora le voy a ceder la palabra a la maestra de ceremonias, Taibun City. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos durante la inauguración. Muchísimas gracias por su continuado liderazgo como presidenta de este comité y por sus orientaciones al principio de la sesión. Y el tailandés suyo, maravilloso, sin lugar a dudas. Es un honor que nos organice y nos acompañe en la organización y la inauguración aquí en Tailandia. Y estamos deseosos de colaborar con usted y con su equipo. Señoras y señores, antes de que empecemos, vamos a hablar en tailandés durante ciertas partes del programa. Esto para repetir el inglés que voy a pronunciar para beneficio de los participantes tailandeses. Espero que me entiendan. Ahora iniciaremos la ceremonia de apertura oficial del 18º periodo de sesiones del Codex sobre contaminantes en alimentos. Soy Davisa y seré el maestro de ceremonias. En nombre de la Oficina Nacional de Productos Básicos Agrícolas y las Normas Alimentarias, el punto de contacto del Codex en Tailandia les da la bienvenida más cálida al 18º periodo de sesiones del CCF en Tailandia del 23 al 27 de junio del 2025. Y hoy por la mañana nos acompañan varios invitados en la mesa que se dirigirán a ustedes en ocasión de la inauguración oficial. Y les presento a la señora Patou, vicepresidente de la Comisión del Codex, para que se dirija a ustedes. Tiene la palabra.
And you may present your remark on the podium, please.
Y podrá acercarse al estrado. Adelante.
Honorable Secretary of Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives in Thailand, distinguished representatives of FAO and WHO, representative of the Embassy of the Netherlands, Madam Chairperson and Co-Chairpersons, Codex Secretariats, dear delegates, colleagues and friends. A very good morning to all of you here in person and those joining us online. It is both an honor and privilege to address you today at the opening of the 18th session of Codex Committee on Contaminants in Foods as the newly elected Vice Chairperson of the Codex Alimentaris Commission. I extend my warmest wishes on behalf of Chairperson Ellen Azegale and Vice Chairpersons Khalid El-Zahrani and Tian Jing, who's here with us for the meeting this week. Let me also extend our sincere gratitude to the government of the Netherlands for hosting and the government of Thailand for co-hosting, supporting, and facilitating this important meeting. We are truly grateful for your warm hospitality. As we convene here, it is essential to recognize that the Codex Alimentaris plays a pivotal role for harmonizing food standards, protecting consumer health, and facilitating fair practices in food trade. The general standard for contaminants and toxins in food and feed, first adopted in 1995 and most recently updated in 2024, is the very backbone of our work. As the code of practice based on good agriculture practices or good manufacture practices is improved, and sampling and analysis methods are developed, we all very well know that this version will not be the final version. Furthermore, the GEMS Food database continues to be a valuable tool for our work. It supports Codex electronic working groups by collecting data on food contamination from around the world. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all countries and delegates for your growing efforts to share national and regional data. This overwhelming commitment underscores the significance of the work we do here in this committee. With this in mind, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Madam Chairperson of the committee and the Codex contact team of Thailand, and to all the delegates for your invaluable contributions that are essential for setting safe and fair maximum limits for contaminants. Your hard work keeps Codex strong and reliable. The agenda for this session is full and important. We will continue work on several contaminants and consider new ones, including lead, cadmium, and ochratoxin A for evaluation or re-evaluation by JACVA. As we begin CCCF18, on behalf of the chairperson and vice chairpersons of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, I express my deepest appreciation to each of you for your dedication and expertise. The decisions we make here will echo far beyond this room. Together, we are helping build a safer, healthier, and more fair global food system. Thank you again for your contributions, and I wish you all a successful and productive meeting. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Vaskesha. Next, may I invite Dr. Jos Vendela, WHO representative to Thailand, to share his remark. Dr. Vendela, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Honorary Secretary of the Minister of Agriculture and Cooperatives, Assistant Director General and FAO Regional Representative for Asia and the Pacific, Chairperson Dr. Sally Hoffer, Chair and Vice Chairs of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, the Codex Secretariats, Excellencies and Country Representatives, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Chair, esteemed colleagues, distinguished participants. It's my great pleasure to address you all on behalf of the Regional Director for WHO Southeast Asia, Ms. Saima Wazet, at the 18th session of the Codex Committee on Contaminants in Food. The Regional Director unfortunately could not be here in person and therefore has requested me to give the following message on her behalf, and I quote: of the Codex Committee on Contaminants in Foods in collaboration with the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Thailand is the 4th Asian country to co-host this session, following China, India and Indonesia, which have previously co-hosted. We observed World Food Safety Day on the 7th of June this year under the theme Food Safety, Science in Action, highlighting science at the core of the work of the Codex Alimentarius Commission. The Codex, standards, guidelines, and code of conduct are science-based and therefore universally acceptable. It's essential to emphasize the crucial role of the Codex in safeguarding consumer health and promoting fair practices in the food trade. As the World Trade Organization's Sanitary and Phytosanitary Agreement, SPS, recognizes, Codex is the globally recognized standard-setting body for food safety. As we gather here today, we are reminded of a fundamental truth. Access to safe and nutritious food is essential for sustaining life and promoting good health. However, unsafe food remains a significant global challenge. These challenges are further compounded by the globalization of food trade, a rapidly growing global population, climate change, and increasingly complex food systems. These factors all have a direct impact on food safety. The food can be contaminated with harmful bacteria, viruses, parasites, or chemicals, leading to a wide range of health problems, from acute diarrheal diseases to chronic conditions such as cancers. Every year, nearly 1 in 10 people around the world fall ill due to foodborne illnesses, resulting in 420,000 deaths and the loss of 33 million healthy life years. Ladies and gentlemen, the World Health Organization is deeply committed to enhancing the global capacity to prevent, detect, and respond to public health threats arising from unsafe food. This is a priority at both the international and country levels, and we are focused on supporting countries in strengthening their food safety systems. The Codex Committee on Contaminants in Foods plays a crucial role in safeguarding public health from potential health hazards associated with various contaminants and toxins in foods and feeds. I'm confident that this session will play a vital role in setting standards, codes of practice, and maximum levels for priority mycotoxins and heavy metals to make our food safe. Looking ahead, there are key actions we must prioritize to ensure that all have access to safe, nutritious, and healthy food. First, we must reaffirm health as a non-negotiable foundation for international food trade and policy. Second, we need to adopt a holistic approach to food production systems that considers sustainability and the broader impacts of food safety. Third, more initiatives should be undertaken to enhance the technical capacity of member states, particularly low and middle-income countries, in generating scientific evidence and conducting risk assessments, as is outlined in the WHO Global Strategy for Food Safety. I look forward to the discussions ahead and to the important work we will continue to do together to ensure that everyone has access to safer and healthier food. Thank you. So far, the message from our regional director, Ms. Saima Wazet. And of course, personally, I want to echo the message from the RD and wish you also on behalf of WHO Thailand a productive meeting and an enjoyable stay in Thailand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, may I invite Mr. Robert Simpson, Deputy Regional Representative of the FAO Regional Office of the Asia and Pacific, to deliver his remark. Mr. Simpson, please.
A very good morning, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and experts. To Dr. Anunad Jakeo, the Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives, the Government of Thailand, Dr. Sally Hoffer, Chair of the Codex Committee on Contaminants in Foods, WHO representative, friend and colleague, the Vice Chair of the Codex Alimentaris Commission, our Deputy Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Thank you for joining today. To all of our delegates in the audience, I have to say I'm very impressed to see the great number of delegates here today and the obvious commitment to engage on both a policy but technical level and ensure the quality of our healthy, safe, and nutritious foods. For me, it's a great pleasure to welcome you to the 18th session of the Codex Committee on Contaminants in Foods here in Bangkok, Thailand. I express the regrets of our Assistant Director General and Regional Representative, Dr. Alu Dohong, who cannot be with us today, but he sends his regards and, of course, best wishes to this important event. I have understood that traditionally this session is held in the Netherlands as host, but also in a rotation around the world. And we are truly honored this year that finally it's being held here in Bangkok, serving as host to this great event, following last year's meeting, which I understood was quite successful and well attended in Panama. So continued congratulations to the Secretariat moving forward. And a great congratulations to the government of Thailand for hosting your usual very well organized and impressive events here in the city of Bangkok. I'd like to acknowledge the government, the people of Thailand, for being gracious host, as well to the FAO Regional Office for the Asia and the Pacific, as well as many other UN agencies here in Bangkok. Your support and collaborative spirit remain instrumental in enabling the work of the United Nations agencies to deliver both in Thailand but across the region of the Asia and the Pacific, which is the world's largest region both by geography and by population. So this is a fitting and important event to organize in this region again. This meeting is co-hosted by the National Bureau of Agricultural Commodity and Food Standards of the Thailand of Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives, which is, of course, FAO's direct counterpart for more than 50 years, and our relationship continues to be strong and growing every day, so I appreciate MOAC. FAO's regional office for the Asia and the Pacific in Bangkok is pleased to support and facilitate these international standard-setting efforts alongside our sister agency, WHO, but also the Codex Alimentaris Commission, and of course all of the members that are here with us today. To this highly qualified audience of experts in food safety and standards, I do not need to delve into the importance of the Codex, food standards, guidelines, and codes of practice. But suffice it to say, the Asian Pacific region has some of the world's largest producers, exporters, and consumers of agriculture and food commodities. And many countries have high aspirations of agriculture driving their export opportunities. But ironically, at the same time, this region has nearly half of the world's malnourished population and multiple burdens of malnutrition due to the lack of access to safe, healthy, and nutritious, but also affordable foods. Countries across the world, including those in the Asia Pacific, increasingly recognize the value of the Codex texts and have incorporated them into their national levels to strengthen food safety systems and improve food control measures. For example, Codex standards on aflatoxin levels have encouraged governments to establish national limits and invest in best post-harvest practices, reducing exposures to these dangerous contaminants and improving public health outcomes. A couple of very practical and more recent examples in Cambodia, they have adopted Codex text, including good hygiene practices and maximum residue limits of pesticide residues into their national legislation. Another example is in Bangladesh, where they've seen the drafting and harmonization of more than 11,200 standards of Codex in 2023, and saw the process firsthand as FAO representative while I was in Bangladesh. These are extremely important steps in terms of policy standards and legislation, but the next step, of course, is the more challenging of important work of implementing these range of standards. Therefore, the work of the Codex Committee on Contaminants and Foods is critical in developing maximum levels of contaminants in foods, codes of practices, and reducing contaminant levels and related standards to strengthen food safety. This session, I note, will address key issues related to heavy metals, lead and cadmium, microtoxins, aflatoxins, and other toxins, and codes of practice for the prevention and reduction. Decisions that will guide regulators and industry alike as we move forward. This committee and its progress relies on constructive dialogue, expert inputs, and a strong spirit of collaboration. I encourage all delegates to contribute openly, respectfully, and with a shared understanding of our collective responsibility. I also hope you will find time to savor the rich cuisine and beautiful delights and culture of Thailand. To these ends, we encourage that healthy, safe, and nutritious and affordable foods are a right to all peoples of the planet, and this standard-setting body is one of the core contributors to this process. I wish you a productive meeting, rich in scientific exchange and collaboration, and a wonderful stay here in Bangkok. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Next, may I invite Ms. Miriam Otto, Deputy Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, to deliver her remark. Ms. Otto, please.
Sawadee-ka. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to welcome you to this 18th session of the Codex Committee on Contaminants in Foods. So thank you for joining us from all over the world. And let me start with a powerful reminder from our World Health Organization: if food isn't safe, it isn't food. In today's world, where food production and trade are expanding rapidly, ensuring food safety is more crucial than ever. Unsafe, contaminated food not only poses a threat to public health, but also undermines food security. And it's a real danger when food does not nourish people in a healthy way. So Codex meetings underscore the essential role of international cooperation in setting and harmonizing food safety standards. And being here together today provides all of us an opportunity to make real progress towards safer global food production and supply. So I'm very pleased that Thailand and the Netherlands are working closely together on this very important topic, as both our countries share a strong commitment to advance global food safety. We have strong and long-running ties in food and agriculture, cooperating on themes such as nature-inclusive farming, sustainable food production in urban regions with use of high-tech, and protection of biodiversity. When it comes to contaminants, Thailand offers an example of setting standards through the Thai Food and Drug Administration, which also enforces food hygiene standards through inspections and by monitoring the food production. And as a major exporter of food, such as rice and seafood and delicious tropical fruits, Thailand has developed and established regulations to align with international food safety standards set by different Codex committees. And that is so very important because worldwide, as our WHO representative also reminded us earlier, contaminated food still causes over 400,000 deaths each year. And more challenges arise with changing diets around the globe, including the increased consumption of animal products, which generally pose a higher food safety risk. So we need to keep working on safe production, logistics and storage, and on public awareness through quality education and clear communication about food safety risks. So over the next few days, you will review and set standards on contaminants in foods. And I encourage all of you to engage fully in the discussions, ask questions, share experiences, use the best available scientific evidence, find solutions together and forge partnerships that lead to safe food for all. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank our Thai partners for co-hosting this meeting with the Netherlands. Tremendous work has been done by the involved teams of both our countries. And I also would like to thank deep appreciation to the FAO and WHO, the Codex Secretariat, our chair and all delegates and member countries, international organizations and NGOs for your contributions on this important work. I wish you all a very fruitful conference, and my team and I are looking forward to meeting and speaking with many of you over the next few days. Thank you very much. Khop kun mak ka.
Thank you, Ms. Otto, for your remark. And I think our guest of honor is coming. Just wait for a moment, please. During this time, I'll have to announce the channel. It should be the 0 for floor, 1 for English, 2 for French, and 3 for Spanish. But I guess you get it right already now. Okay. Our guest of honor for the opening ceremony, Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Cooperative of Thailand has arrived. ขอเรียนเชิญท่านอนงนาถจ่าแก้วขึ้นบนโพเดียมเพื่อกล่าวเปิดงานประชุมค่ะ
Deputy Ambassador of the Netherlands, Ms. Miriam Otto, Deputy Regional Representative of FAO, Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, Mr. Robert Simpson, WHO representative to Thailand, Dr. Jos van der Leer. Chairperson, Dr. Sally Hoffer. Vice chairs of the Codex Alimentarius Commissions, Dr. Betul Vasqueser and Dr. Jingqiang. Codex Secretariat, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and deep honor that I have been entrusted by the Minister of Agriculture and Cooperatives of Thailand, Professor Naruman Pinosinwat, to preside over the opening of the 18th session of the Codex Committee on Contaminants in Foods, the CCCF Thailand. Thailand is especially proud to co-host this significant meeting in collaboration with the Kingdom of the Netherlands. The long-standing relationship between Thailand and the Kingdom of the Netherlands has endured for more than 420 years, dating back to the establishment of diplomatic relations in 1604, which in Thai years is 2,147. Our close cooperation across multiple sectors has greatly contributed to development in various dimensions. Co-hosting this meeting is another important step that reaffirms our mutual commitment to strengthening food safety and reflects the deep and lasting partnership between our nations. This meeting serves as a key international platform for fostering cooperation in raising food safety standards, protecting the health of consumers around the world as well. It focuses on issues of global health concern, especially the establishment of maximum levels for contaminants in high-risk agricultural products such as spices, herbs, nuts, and cereals. Equally vital is the advancement of strategies to prevent and control contamination from hazardous substances such as cadmium and aflatoxins, which affect food quality, consumer safety, and export products. At the same time, we must remain alert to the emergence of new types of contaminants which pose an increasing challenge to the global food system. Developing sound risk assessment and management approaches is therefore more essential than ever. I am confident that the Codex Committee will play a pivotal role in driving scientific progress, promoting the development of food safety technologies, and establishing effective measures to manage food safety risks and protect public health in the long term. I sincerely hope that this session will yield concrete outcomes through the development of effective policy measures, the establishment of strong international standards, and the enhancement of international collaboration to help shape a food system that is safe, secure, and sustainable. As co-host, Thailand reaffirms its readiness to provide full support and facilitation throughout the meeting to ensure its smooth operation and the achievement of its objectives. On this note, it is my great honor to officially declare open the 18th session of the Codex Committee on Contaminants in Food. I wish the meeting every success and trust that it will deliver meaningful contributions to global food safety and public health. and I thank you.
จากแก้วที่ให้เกียรติมาเป็นประธานในพิธีเปิดการประชุมในวันนี้ค่ะขอเรียนเชิญท่านนั่งบนเวทีสักครู่นะคะเพื่อถ่ายรูปร่วมกับแขกผู้มีเกียรติบนเวทีค่ะ Thank you for all our esteemed guests once again for the remarks. May I invite all guests to remain on the stage for a group photo, please.ขอบพระคุณค่ะลำดับต่อไปขอเรียนเชิญท่านอนงนาถจากแก้วถ่ายรูปกับผู้เข้าร่วมประชุมที่ด้านล่างของเวทีนะคะขอเรียนเชิญค่ะ After the stage photo, may I respectfully invite all distinguished guests on the top table to step down from the stage to join the delegates for a group photo with all participants. แล้วก็ขอเรียนเชิญนะคะท่านผู้มีเกียรติที่แถวหน้านะคะยืนขึ้นเพื่อถ่ายรูปร่วมกับแขกผู้มีเกียรติด้านบนเวทีค่ะ May I invite the distinguished guests at the front row to stand for a photo session, please. Oh, sorry. The front row, please be seated so we can see the beautiful faces of the delegates and then ask for the VIP at the top table to stand. Okay, maybe we have another standing photo. The 18th session of the Codex Committee on Contaminants in Food is now officially open. May I kindly invite all the distinguished guests at the top table after this photo session can proceed to the foyer area outside the Grand Ballroom to visit the exhibition entitled Food Safety in Thailand. Please kindly note that the exhibition will be presented in Thai only and we apologize for any inconvenience. For great appreciate understanding. ขอขอบพระคุณค่ะขอเรียนเชิญท่านอนงนาถจากแก้วนะคะและแขกผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านค่ะที่ร่วมในพิธีเปิดนะคะชมนิทรรศการความปลอดภัยด้านอาหารของประเทศไทยที่ด้านหน้าของห้อง Grand Ballroom ค่ะขอเรียนเชิญค่ะ Distinguished delegates, before we move on to a short break and for refreshment, like to take a moment to share a meaningful story behind the souvenir set you received. This document bag and the lanyard here, you find that it's matching color and you get a lot of colors. And this bag and the lanyard included in the welcome kit were thoughtfully crafted by the Occupational Promotion Center for Persons with Disabilities. They are not just practical conference accessories. They present the skills, creativity, and determination of people with disability in Thailand. The fabric used for both the bag and the lanyard features special design known as ดอกรักราชกัญญา a royal pattern gradually bestowed by Her Royal Highness Princess Siriwannari Wari Ratana Rachakanya, the daughter of His Majesty King Mahawachiralongkorn the Wachira Klao Chao Yuhua Rama X. You also find a souvenir gift box. Just a moment. A souvenir gift box that contains 4 unique Thai items, each small but mighty in its own way. For example, the inhaler, the herbal inhaler, a handy refresher to help you stay alert during technical sessions, and I'm sure you will need it. Secondly, the snake brand cooling powder, a Thai classic perfect for cooling off after encountering the warm and welcoming but very real Thai heat. Propolis lozenges, a soothing treat to keep your voice conference ready, especially after a full day of discussion. See, very helpful. We hope these souvenirs bring you only comfort and a meaningful connection to Thai culture and also inspire you to experience the richness of Thailand heritage, warm hospitality, and distinctive local charm thoughtfully, throughout your stay. In addition to this item, you will find also the invitation card to the in your bag. This reception dinner will be abroad a cruise around the Chao Phraya River. If you haven't done that, it will be wonderful. This dinner is one of our local charm. We are very delighted to share with you a 2-hour evening at a Thai cuisine, scenic riverside views and cultural elegance that you all will be enjoying. We warmly invite you to join us and enjoy this memorable experience together. And all right, I won't stand between you and the refreshment any longer, and you may take some time to try out all these souvenirs or enjoy the coffee, tea, and the snacks. Thank you, and see you in 30 minutes. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณค่ะ
เช็คทดสอบครับทดสอบสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับโอเคไหมครับชื่อสวัสดีครับเช็ค1 2 3 4 5ครับ
是是。
That's it. Okay. I think you heard the bell outside. So I'm now using my voice to ring the tone that we get started. So that was a lovely ceremony with good text though, and to see the importance of our work. So dear participants, representatives of FAO, WHO and Codex Secretariat colleagues, once again a warm welcome to you all. We have a full agenda with lots of important issues to get to safe and fair standards and good practices which can be used. So as chair, I'm here to facilitate you in the discussion and to see whether we can finish our agenda in an orderly fashion. And to enable me to do my job properly, I have supporting staff. Well, you see a lot of them, also outside this meeting room. These are very competent people and are vital for me as chair and for the committee as a whole. So here at the table, you can see on my left-hand side, from the joint FAO-WHO Codex Secretariat, oh sorry, that's on my right side, for your left. I have Giuseppe Di Cera, Ms. Verna Carolison, and Johnny Chung-Yung. And to the Codex Secretariat, they will advise us and keep us on track in the consistency with the Codex rulings and procedures, which I need. So then again, on my left, these are the representatives of the JECFA Secretariat, Marcus Lipp from FAO, and Moe Sana from the WHO. And they help prepare this meeting and are available for all scientific advice during this meeting. So thank you at the head table for supporting us, and thank you all plenary for being patient with us. So as you may have noticed, there is in the space only a maximum of 3 delegates per country in the middle of the room. So this is the middle. And many countries have honored us with a larger delegation, so please take a seat to the left or the right wing of the room if you're not getting any seats in the middle. So, dear delegates, in the past years, this committee has been able to address issues in a very effective way, and I'm really proud of the results which we have achieved thus far. And despite some difficult discussion, this committee has developed a large number of new standards, have revised all the standards, and worked hard on code of practices in a spirit of consensus. So all the documents you are needing today and tomorrow and Wednesday, hopefully we will not use Thursday, they have been posted on the Codex Alimentarius website. And at the start of each agenda item, the relevant documents will be shown on the screen besides me. This meeting will also be recorded to assist the Secretariat in writing the draft of the report, so please take note of that. And our general working hours are from 9 till about 1800 hours, with a long lunch break of about 2 hours around 12:30. Yet, I do like to remind you that we have organized in-session working groups on the Monday, Tuesday, and the Wednesday. And during this lunch break, China will present at 12:30 the COP for weed control to prevent and reduce tropane alkaloids. Yeah, I was at the pluralism, but it's the tropane alkaloids. Contamination in food and feed. So please attend this session because it helps us discussing it tomorrow. So as chair, I'm here to facilitate you in discussions and see to it that we work through our agenda in an orderly fashion. And this you can help me by keeping your interventions short and concise within 2 minutes. Interventions must be made by the head of delegations. And we also work in a full hybrid session. So this is for us a new way. And I will try to take the interventions in the order they were requested, with all members going before all observers. So we aim to conduct the full hybrid meeting this time, and only the recognizable heads of delegations in the Zoom meeting will be getting the floor. And I will do my best to integrate these heads of delegation participating online in my list of speakers in the order of flags raised. But I don't know whether it will work quite well, so we try to manage it day by day. Should we lose connection with Zoom participants, we proceed with the meeting. Our technical staff will prioritize resolving this promptly. In case the issue requires more time to fix, we will look for solutions to incorporate comments from online heads of delegations. This way of working is new, and it's actually the aim for providing this opportunity to be more inclusive. It's not, we have asked to be present in person if Zoom connection may be lost, so you can put down the interventions properly in this meeting. So they can ensure that everybody can make their intervention. So if you push the button on your microphone, you can speak immediately, but please wait until you're given the floor. So turn off the microphone at the end of your intervention and keep phones away from your microphone because it will cause probably some hearing damage. So please only take the floor if you do not agree with the proposed conclusion, and silence means agreement. And foremost, please have respect for the work done by our colleagues in the Electronic Working Group. This week, it will be our aim to help them further the work, and therefore please note the specific recommendation and constrained views to the matter under discussion. I hope that in these coming days, we will be able to continue in a cooperative spirit, and I would like to call upon you to help me in this endeavor. As for the report of this meeting, as already stated, the Codex Secretariat will write the draft report, and in writing the report, we will follow the present rules of Codex. That is to say, we will write a concise written summary of the meeting, and it captures the decisions made and how they were reached. Comment documents and conference room documents in advance of the plenary discussion to express detailed discussions will be referenced, but not repeated in the final report. Individual countries or organizations will not be mentioned. This is with the exception of cases where a member has explicitly asked for this comment to be placed in the report. So the draft report will be compiled and translated, and it will become available on Friday, 27th of June in 3 languages, and it will be there at hopefully 9 in the morning. If it's becoming earlier, then you have it earlier, but we were aiming at 9. So new conference room documents should be submitted to the Codex Secretariat no later than midnight, the midnight in Bangkok, not in your own country, at codex@fao.org. And these documents will also be posted on the website. So if we all respect these general rules, I'm sure the meeting will be pleasant and successful for everyone, including me. So does the Codex Secretariat have something to add? No? Well, I have something to add, because with great joy, I, together with the Thai delegation, invite you all this evening for a welcoming reception on the River Star Princess cruise. That is a big boat, and it will sail on the Chao Phraya River. It's for you to join, but please wear your badge, and in your goodie bag, you also have the invitation. So either 2 of them, bring them with you so you can enter the boat. We'll be meeting up at the lobby at 18:30. The cruise itself will leave at 1900 sharp, and it's leaving at the pier of this hotel. So not at the Iconceum, but at this hotel. It's a small pier, so please don't push anybody off the pier. You will all get on the boat. So thank you for your attention. Let's get started. So before proceeding with the formal agenda for this meeting, I would like to make a short announcement. The European Union is participating in this meeting in accordance with paragraph 9 of Article 2 of the FAO Constitution and Rule 2 of the Rules of Procedure of the Codex Alimentarius Commission. I have been asked to inform you that the declaration made by the European Union and its member states is contained in document CRD1, Division of Competence between the European Union and its member states, which has already been distributed to all the members and is on the website. And I would like you to draw attention to this declaration. So with this, I would like to proceed to item number 1, the adoption of the agenda. Okay. First page, there's nothing there. So before proceeding with the formal agenda, I would like to make a short, I would like to go for the remarks. We have an agenda item 22, other business, so you can make now the proposal if you would like to discuss topics on the any other business. I see a hand raised. I have to check. Oh, it's the US, sorry. I thought I could read it. My eyes are going worse at the hour.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the warm welcome to the meeting, as well to Thailand for this wonderful start. As a follow-up to our statement at the 47th session of the Commission, the United States would like to provide an update for other business on a new work proposal on the food safety aspects of recycled materials in food packaging. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. We take note of it. Turkey.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Netherlands and Thailand for hosting us. Turkey submitted a CRD for a proposal for discussion paper on ochratoxin A in dry fruits, as well as a project document to develop a code of practice. Our aim is to develop a code of practice to prevent and reduce ochratoxin A in dry fruits, and to initiate further processes, including sampling, methods for analysis, and provision of data to GEMS food database to enable the identification of MLs to proceed consumer health and facilitate fair practices in international food trade. In the general standard for contaminants, maximum limits for ochratoxin A are set for wheat, barley, rye, chili pepper, paprika, and nutmeg, but there is no maximum limit for dry fruits. There are also code of practices for those foods that I mentioned. After the last assessment of JECPA for ochratoxin A based on provisional total weekly intake in 2007, some risk assessments made by margin of exposure approaches, and depending on different risk assessment approaches, some countries such as EU, Turkey, Brazil, and Egypt set maximum limits for ochratoxin A in dried fruits. The MLs are different than each other. In order to set MS, a mean of occurrence data of 95% throughout the years is taken into account. However, recent data in Turkey showed that occurrence data may differ significantly between different years due to the climate effects. For example, in 2024, P95 values have been more than the maximum levels for dried figs and dried mulberries in Turkey. There is no
for Turkey, I think. Thank you very much, because you're now explaining the whole proposal, and we will go into it at any other business. I think you stated quite well why you should and would like to have this proposal, so we will discuss it further in any other business. You've taken up a good way to have it then discussed. So, and it was, you explained a new work proposal for ochratoxin A and trying to get a code of practice.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
And it's actually, if anybody would like to read it, it's also in the CRD 08, and Turkey has placed it on the Codex website. So anybody would like to get more background on that. Thank you, Turkey. Are there any, I can see Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to propose under Agenda 22, under the business, work to identify which maximum levels in CXS 193 that don't have a related method of analysis or method performance criteria in the CXS 234, and propose a work to suggest methods or method performance criteria to this maximum level. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. So, Brazil, is it a good way to have it under item 15?
In fact, it's not for this maximum levels for aflatoxin, is to the other contaminants. We have a general methods of analysis that was revoked, and now it's necessary to have another one. So we are proposing to the other maximum level in a discussion paper for the next year to identify and.
Okay, then we'll take it up with item 22. That's good. I'm scanning the room for any other business. No? Thank you for this. So these proposals now have been noted, and I also like to note to you all that the secretariats together have conducted 4 rounds of evaluation on the organization of the CCCF. And you can find the results of these evaluations in CRD 7. And we have received valuable suggestions from Canada. Thank you, Canada, for this. This agenda item will not be discussed further in plenary. So if delegations have additional comments, you are kindly invited to submit them to the host country secretariat and the Codex secretariat within 2 weeks following this meeting. So we will take it up in our own evaluation and try to better our organization skills. So thank you for this. Then I would like to continue with the order of discussion of the agenda item. So I would like you to have attention to the tentative timetable, which has also been published on the website. And we propose to discuss items 16 and 17 together. Yes? And please note that the CRDs will be published the day before the relevant agenda items are discussed in the plenary, and ensure you allocate sufficient time to review them in advance. So today, looking at the tentative agenda, we will proceed with discussion of agenda item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 8, and 6. So the chairs will present their work and conclusions via PowerPoint presentation, in which the key points of discussion and recommendations were presented as a guide for the discussion. So any comments or questions on this tentative agenda and proposed timetable? No? So with that, I conclude this item, and we will continue with item number 2. The matters referred to the committee by CAC or its subsidiary bodies. The relevant documents are shown on screen and prepared by the Codex Secretariat. Codex Secretariat, please, could you introduce the documents?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, colleagues, and welcome. It's my great pleasure to be here in Bangkok with all of you here today. On behalf of the Codex Secretariat, I'll be presenting this item, and the working documents are CX CF25/18/2 and CX CF25/18/2 Addendum 1. As usual, we have matters arising from the Commission, from the Executive Committee, and other subsidiary bodies. And these are for information as well as for action. So I will divide this presentation in 4 parts. So first, we'll look at matters from the Commission and the Executive Committee. And these are matters for information only. And we'll cover matters next from various Codex subsidiary bodies. And this contains a couple of matters for action from CCMAS 43 regarding example methods in the numeric performance criteria in CXS 193. And the other matters are for information only. We'll then discuss an editorial amendment to Annex 10 of CXS 193/1995, and I'll then briefly present recommendations for the committee's consideration. So taking us through the matters from CAC 47, these matters are largely self-explanatory, and further details are in the working document CX-CF 25/18/2. Importantly, you'll see that CAC 47 adopted several texts related to this committee's work, being the maximum levels for lead in spices, for cadmium and lead in quinoa, and the Code of Practice for the prevention and reduction of ciguatera poisoning. The Commission also adopted the revised sampling plan for methyl mercury in fish, as endorsed by CCMAS. And the maximum levels and the revised sampling plan are in the updated CXS 193, and the Code of Practice has been published online, and the numeric performance criteria for determination of methyl mercury in fish are also now available in CXS 234. You might also recall that CCCF last year recommended discontinuation of work on the MLs for lead in dried flowers and fresh culinary herbs, and requested an extension of the timeline to complete the sampling plans for aflatoxins and ochratoxin A in certain spices, specifically dried chili, nutmeg, and paprika to 2025, which is this year. And these have been approved by CAC 47. Turning now to other matters arising from CAC and Executive Committee that are relevant to our work. First, there has been ongoing discussions in CC Exec about the model for future Codex work and how it continues to evolve. This includes the format of meetings, working mechanisms, and how best to support effective participation and delivery. And in that context, CC Exec emphasized the importance of working groups and encouraged more members to take on leadership roles, particularly in electronic working groups. This is a good point to keep in mind as we go through our agenda today, especially when we decide to establish new EWGs and identify chairs for these groups. And some of you here may also have attended the informal item on the chairing of EWGs yesterday. And so we hope that that particular discussion has encouraged more members to consider taking up leadership roles. At the same time, the Executive Committee also reminded all committees to manage their workload carefully and avoid the proliferation of too many EWGs, recognizing the resource burden that this can place on all concerned. Fortunately, in this committee, we generally have a focused agenda, so this is not currently a major issue, but remains an important point for us to take note. The Codex Secretariat has also now published the EWG Handbook, which may be a useful tool not just for current chairs, but also for prospective EWG chairs who may be interested to chair an EWG. We encourage you to download and consult the handbook and share it within your networks. The executive also discussed possible webcasting, and CAC agreed that CC Exec itself will remain in its current format as it is a closed committee. And we also note that the reports of CC Exec are publicly available and are formally presented to the Commission each year. Looking ahead, the Secretariat is preparing a handbook on the submission of new work proposals in response to feedback that members sometimes need clearer guidance on the processes and requirements. A first draft of the handbook is expected later this year. And finally, I want to highlight the new Codex strategic plan for 2026 to 2031, which has been adopted and is available in Appendix 11 of the CAC47 report. A monitoring framework is being developed with the input of the Secretariat and the Codex chairs and vice chairs. It will be discussed at CC Exec in its 88th session next month, and members and observers will after be invited to provide comments on the framework once it has been revised. And there's also another important point, Madam Chair, on the monitoring and use and impact of Codex text. And the 2023 survey results are now available online. Moving now to other matters from other Codex subsidiary bodies. First, from CC-LAC. So, CC-LAC, in its 23rd session, featured a keynote address on the prevention and reduction of contaminants in food. And following the discussion, that committee reaffirmed the importance of discussing contaminants in food systems, particularly in the context of food safety and trade, and underscored the need to apply Codex risk analysis principles in doing so. This, of course, speaks directly to the core mandate of CCCF and the role of science in this regard. And as we all know, this committee's work, whether on setting maximum levels, developing sampling plans, or updating codes of practice, is firmly grounded in risk analysis. And CC-MAS also just recently concluded its 44th session, and I'd like to note that that committee, in its 44th session, finalized the information document on the general guidelines on sampling, and agreed to publish it on the Codex webpage. This information document aims to assist with the implementation of the general guidelines on sampling, CXG50, and contains apps such as for the evaluation and design of sampling plans for homogeneous lots. This information document will be published soon, and at the same time, the current information document titled Practical Examples of Sampling Plans will be removed. CC-MAS 44 also agreed to develop a discussion paper on sampling plans for bulk or heterogeneous lots, including for mycotoxins. And this particular work is relevant for CCCF, as we will also discuss the sampling plans for contaminants such as total aflatoxins and ochratoxin A in certain spices during this week. And it's something that we can bear in mind in future discussions on the possible transfer of numeric performance criteria and sampling plans from CXS 193 to CXS 234. We encourage delegates to consult the information document as a reference and follow the CC-MAS discussions on the sampling plan for bulk or heterogeneous lots, including mycotoxins. Now, moving on to matters for action. So firstly, CC-MAS 43 recommended CCCF to consider including the method EN 17641 as an example method for aflatoxins in cereals and cereal-based foods for infants and young children in CXS 193. We recommend that this matter not be taken up now, but to be kept in mind in the future as we work more on the review of sampling plans and updating of numeric performance criteria. In a similar vein, CC-MAS also recommended that an example method could be included in related sampling plans for aflatoxin maximum levels in certain cereals and cereal-based products, and our recommendation on this matter is the same as that for the method EN 17641. CC-MAS also suggested that once CCCF completes this review, all numeric performance criteria in sampling plans should be transferred from CXS 193 to CXS 234. And so now, CCCF is also requested to consider an editorial amendment to Annex X of CXS 193. And to briefly explain the background of this work, in 2005, the Codex Committee on Food Additives and Contaminants, CCFAC, which is now been renamed and reestablished into CCCF, recommended revoking the guideline levels for radionuclides in food, CXG5 1989. However, the revocation was postponed by the Commission during the session in 2025 as the Codex maximum guideline levels for contaminants were incorporated in CXS 193 but had not been officially forwarded for adoption by CAC at that time. This process was completed in 2006 when new guideline levels for radionuclides were adopted by CAC and incorporated into CXS 193. CXG5-1989 has since then been superseded and revoked at the same time that the new guideline levels were adopted. The Codex Secretariat now proposes to remove a now outdated paragraph and a footnote in Annex 10 of CXS 193, which still references that superseded guideline. And at this point, I want to reassure delegates that this is purely an editorial update, and it does not alter the technical contents of the standard or the applicable guideline levels. And I'll now show the full amendment on the screen. So give us a moment. Switch to the Word documents. It's on Teams as well. No, it's on Teams. I have it in Word in case people want to know. On screen. Oh no, on screen documents. On screen. Editorial. And so, Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I recommend that we take a pause here to take a look at the editorial amendment. And at this point, we'd like to ask if there are any comments and whether the committee agrees with sending this editorial amendment for adoption by CAC. Can you see it? Can you see it? This same amendment is also shown in the appendix of the CXCF25/18/2 Addendum 1, in case, yeah, but it's on the screen now.
So thank you, Johnny. So thank you very much, Codex Secretariat, for all this information. Can we agree to endorse the recommendation as proposed, with specifically this texting? So I look at the room. Yes? So we conclude that we note the information that is being presented and agree to encourage more members to take leadership roles in committee working groups, like we did yesterday, and members and observers to provide input to the monitoring framework for the Codex Strategic Plan 2026 to 2031. Note the matter for action arising from CC Mass 43, and to take this into account in, well, not now, but in future discussion on relevant agenda items, and forward the editorial amendment to CXS 193 to CAC 48 for adoption. If we are in agreement, then I thank again the Codex Secretariat for bringing forth all this kinds of information. Oh, I'm sorry, I see Japan. Please, Japan, take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Japan appreciated the initiative taken by CC Mass regarding sampling plan for lot consisting of bulk materials, heterogeneous lot, including for mycotoxins. However, Japan would like to see clarification on the intention behind CC Mass work. According to the key terms of reference, CCCF is responsible for elaborating a sampling plan for contaminants and toxins, including mycotoxins. The current sampling plan for mycotoxins were developed by CCCF based not only on statistical consideration, but also on occurrence data, the nature of mycotoxins, feasibility, and economic impact. At present, our understanding is that CCCF does not consider it necessary to revise this sampling plan immediately. Therefore, we understand that CC Mass is not planning to change this sampling plan now, nor asking CCCF to do so immediately. Instead, CCMAS is sharing information that may assist CCCF in its future consideration of the sampling plan to be discussed under Agenda Item 19. However, this was not entirely clear from CCMAS report. Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to ask the Codex Secretariat for clarification on the status and implication of CCMAS work. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. I will give the floor to the Codex Secretariat.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone. Japan is correct in saying that it is within the remit of this committee to develop sampling plans, which then, of course, go to CCMAS for endorsement. But in view of the revision to the CXG50 and also the information document, and a lot of questions arose within CCMAS on how to go about establishing or developing sampling plans for heterogeneous lots or bulk materials, and looking at different approaches. But it in no way is going to tell this committee what to do. They're going to look into the issue to see if any further guidance can be provided to review some of the sampling plans. And it's not only limited to the work in this committee. The CCMAS is also going to be reviewing many other sampling plans, of course not related to mycotoxins. So in CCMAS, the issue arose about the relation between CCCF and CCMAS, and we had reminded CCMAS that there has to be communication between the two. So it's still a discussion paper. They are not going to rewrite your sampling plans that come from this committee. In any case, CCMAS already around 2 sessions ago, when the revised CXG was adopted, asked CCCF to review all their sampling plans. And this, I believe, is in a table under the review of standards in this committee. So in no way are they going to rewrite. They are simply going to look at approaches, and you'll see that they might, if you go to the CCMAS report, they will also look at Bayesian approaches for sampling plans, but they're not going to instruct this committee or give this committee sampling plans. They are going to have a discussion paper. So we will have to see what comes out of that discussion next year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So it will be reiterated next year to see whether where they stand. We don't know whether they already have something next year, so it might take somewhat longer even. So thank you, Japan, for the clarification. India.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In reference to CCMAS's recommendation regarding sampling plan for aflatoxin in certain cereals and cereal-based products, India would like to extend support to the recommendations of CCMAS 43 regarding EN 17641 to be cited as an example method for the determination of aflatoxins as well as dioxina, valinol, fumonicin, and ochratoxin A in food. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to India for supporting the EN method. But what we are proposing is that we don't include those example methods at this point because there are probably many other example methods. And if you look at our current sampling plans, when you look at our NPC, in our current sampling plans, we don't have examples. However, when you go to 234, you will see that they have examples. And the intent in future, and as we go along in reviewing our performance criteria, is that we will transfer them to 234, and at that point, probably look at adding examples. But for the moment, I think countries can take note of the fact that I forget the number of the EN method is one of the examples that will meet the performance criteria. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Codex Secretary. India, is this for you satisfying? Oh, no?
No, no more comments. Yeah.
It's no more comments, okay. Good, thank you. With that, I'd like to close this item. So thank you. We will go to item number 3, matters of interest arising from FAO and WHO, including JECFA. So the relevant documents are projected on the screen or will be projected on the screen. And I would like to kindly request the FAO and WHO JECFA Secretariat to introduce the documents. Please go ahead, Moez.
Yeah. Colleagues, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to share key updates from WHO and joint FAO-WHO activities relevant to the work of the Codex Committee on Contaminants in Food. The updates from FAO will be presented by my colleague, Marcus. Let me begin with JECFA. Since our last session, 2 meetings were held in 2024 covering veterinary drugs, residues, and food additives. JECFA 100 took place last 2 weeks in Rome, focusing on food additives. On this occasion, we marked over half a century of advancing robust science. So we celebrated 100 JECFA. This history of fostering international collaboration and upholding a shared commitment to public health. It is a testament to the vision first set in motion in 1956 by a small group of dedicated experts who recognized that food safety must be rooted in independent, evidence-based science. So after JECFA 100, JECFA 101 now is programmed for October 2025 in Geneva. Unfortunately, with the limited program, will be limited this meeting to arsenic. The original plan to include dioxins had to be dropped due to budgetary constraints at WHO. One additional meeting was also postponed. If current funding gaps persist, we may need to further reduce both the scope and frequency of JECFA meetings. On this occasion, we sincerely welcome Member States' support to sustain this essential scientific advisory function. On the data side, WHO continues to administer GEMS foods and collaborate with FAO on tools like GIFT and CFOCOS, which are all instrumental in generating dietary exposure assessment for Codex work. A key emerging issue is in the chemical safety of water across the food chain. FAO and WHO are finalizing a joint background paper on contaminants such as pharmaceuticals, PFAS, and fluorinated compounds. An expert meeting was held in May 2025 and will provide, the report will provide the evidence-based recommendation to guide future Codex work in this area. In parallel, WHO is moving into phase 2 on its PFAS initiative, focusing on group strategies for mixture risk assessment and developing tolerable daily intake value. These efforts will inform both JECFA and WHO drinking water guidelines. We are also actively contributing to the international plastic treaty negotiation, advocating for a strong One Health approach to address microplastics and additive exposure through food and water. Another key development I'd like to highlight is the recent WHO regional workshop on new approach methodology, NAMS, held in Singapore last week, 18 to 20 June. This workshop brought together regulators, scientists, and policymakers from across all the WHO regions. What is NAMS? NAMS include a lot of tools like in silico AI tools, in vitro assay, omics technology and frameworks like adverse outcome pathway. These tools, used alone or in combination, offer human relevant mechanistic insights that not only reduce the use of animals, but can also improve the accuracy, speed, and transparency of risk assessment. It is part of our effort, FAO and WHO, to make our assessment up to date using the best methodology and the more updated methodology. This was not just a scientific dialogue, but it was a forward-looking discussion on how NAMs can be integrated into Codex relevant regulatory frameworks in a credible and globally accepted way. We'll build on this momentum in the future, expert meeting and capacity building efforts. So lastly, WHO continues to work on updating the global report on on-the-ground disrupting chemicals, developing guidance on pesticide metabolites in drinking waters, and issuing new technical briefs on managing cyanobacterial toxin in drinking water. In conclusion, while progress continues on multiple scientific fronts, the pressure on WHO advisory capacity, especially financial, remains significant. Your support is essential to ensure that Codex continues to benefit from sound, independent science. Thank you, and I will give the floor to my colleague.
Thanks, Moez, and a warm welcome from my end as well. FAO remains committed to the joint scientific advice program and to the joint work we do with WHO, but just to underline the comments that already Moez made, our financial opportunities are also limited. We are dedicating as much as possible to maintain the jointness of the work and to maintain the program, but please keep that in mind. So we have in the document /3 and the addendum 1, we have highlighted a number of other activities from FAO. For example, a report on circular economy. How does food safety in the circular economy works? What consideration need to be necessary? And we have given you all the links in the document there, so I'm not reading out URLs or anything. New food and food sources and food production systems are, of course, a longer-standing topic from FAO. So that's plant-based proteins, seaweeds, insects, 3D printing, cell-based agriculture, all these things. We continue to publish reports that are the results from expert meetings. We have a foresight program that just has identified, through the help of experts, of course, or let's say a country, member states too, 44 emerging innovations that in the new food sources and production systems that may emerge in the next 25 years. So feel free to read up on that if you want to use that information to prepare for the future to come, and how does food safety look in the future. Environmental inhibitors has been a topic that we are working on for quite some time. So these are substances that are either reducing methane emission or are designed to reduce methane emissions from cows, or fixing nitrogen cycles in microbes to prevent nitrogen losses. And what are the food safety concerns or food safety considerations regarding the use of those substances? We are continuing our work with food aid agencies, for example, the World Food Program, but there's also UNICEF and Doctors Without Borders involved, and we have published a risk assessment for 3-MCPD, monochloropropanediol esters, and glycidyl esters, particularly for the lipid-based nutrient supplements and therapeutic foods. This work was supported by Canada, thank you very much. And I think it describes a different approach how one can think about crisis-responsive food safety measures, particularly when they're resource constrained, when food security is at the core of those interventions, and how can one still think about food safety in such a more complicated scenario. We have just recently published a report on food safety in personalized nutrition, as we have called it, so dietary supplements, food supplements. What are food safety concerns regarding these compounds? They are, of course, heavily used all over the world. The regulatory framework is very heterogeneous in a number of countries, so you can read up and get an introduction there. The committee here, CCCF, has worked on risk-benefit of fish consumption in the past. We have continued that work and published a new risk and benefit of fish consumption analysis that also includes considerations like selenium and is there a protective effect from selenium with regard to mercury, the health risks from mercury. That has been published. You have all the information there. Continuing with fisheries, we have bivalve mollusk sanitation, harmful algal blooms, where we have either worked with CIFAS or UNESCO to give more guidance on early warning systems, marine biotoxins in general, and what are the food safety concerns. Microplastics, of course, also a topic for us. So we're continuing to work on that. Then in the bigger area of One Health, AMR continues to be a topic, and particularly foodborne AMR, or what does food which contribution does food have in the transmission of AMR through food? Also here you can read up what we are doing. And last but not least, for the original document /3, the early warning systems regarding guidance on integrating AI, big data, IoT, and into food safety. We have worked together with InfoSign members and jointly with WHO on tabletop exercises and similar work. We have also added an addendum 1 that's for feed risk assessment, where we describe the outcome of a international workshop in feed risk assessment done in the Netherlands together with RIVM and the Dutch Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security and Nature, where there was a big review on assessing chemical contaminants in animal feed and how they would eventually affect food. So I'll stop here, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for clarification? No? Poland, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Since Poland is speaking on behalf of the European Union and its member states for the first time, I would like to thank you for warm welcome, and as well thank Thailand for excellent organization of the session. We do appreciate all efforts made by the Dutch and Thai governments to co-host this committee in this beautiful part of the world. Thank you. Coming back to the agenda item 2, Poland, speaking on behalf of the European Union and its member states, welcome the information document prepared by the joint FAO-WHO-JECFA Secretariat on the work performed by FAO, WHO and JECFA. The member states of the European Union appreciates the report, food safety in the context of limited food availability, risk assessment of free MCPD, and fatty acid esters in nutrient supplements and therapeutic foods. This report identifies thresholds for concentration of free MCPD and glycidol equivalents in lipid-based nutrient supplements and ready-to-eat therapeutic food. The member states of the European Union are of the opinion that in addition to the code of practice for the reduction of free MCPD esters and gas in refined oils and food products made with refined oils adopted in 2019, it would be appreciated to consider the establishment of MLs for certain foods. All European Union and its member states' comments for the session can be found in CRD 17. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Poland, for the statement. I have India. India, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. India certainly appreciates the work done by FAO, WHO, JECFA Secretariat and presented here. Reference to GEMS food database, India would like to acknowledge that it is indeed an illustrative database, and we understand that an online tutorial regarding collection and submission of data may further help the utilization of the database. Regarding updates from FAO on circular economy and work in the area of food packaging, India would like to inform the members here that by regulation now, India permits the use of recycled polyethylene terephthalate as food contact material, and we remain committed to the recycling of plastic and would continue to contribute in any work area in this direction. Similarly, India remains curious to see the outcome on microplastic issues and the efforts of FAO to conduct a review, and we would remain interested in contributing and collaborating on this. We would also like to inform the members here that reference to the FAO's work on food supplements and functional foods. India had proposed a work proposal in CAC in 47th meeting, and a proposal on the development of standards for health supplement, dietary supplement, functional food and nutraceutical was proposed, as there is no, as different countries are using different definitions for these products. And as per the recommendation of CAC 47, the same would be placed before next CCNFSDU, and this report of FAO will help us once this discussion paper is approved and to make requisite standards. Further, in reference to para 54 of the FAO's report, India would like to encourage member countries to support the approval of proposal for discussion paper on guidelines for the determination of pesticide as endocrine disruptors and harmonized risk management approaches in respect of their presence in food submitted by India during 51st session of the Codex Committee on Pesticide Residue. As there was no consensus to take on the proposal for new work, but the chair of the CCPR encouraged India to continue paying attention to this matter to gather more information at the national level, and the work of other international organizations could bring this matter back to CCPR at a later stage. So particularly, we look forward to outcome of consultation of FAO with UNEP, and this would be helpful to India, and the same is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, India, for these notifications. They will be noted in the report concisely. Do we have any other notifications? No. So I have a notification. So last year we agreed to remove foresight as a standing agenda item of the committee and to organize side events at subsequent CCCF meetings to have further exchange on this topic if needed. The necessity being enforced by the outcomes of the circular letter annually to gather more information on emerging issues relevant to the work of this committee. And circular letter CL 2025-06-CF was issued in January this year to collect relevant information. Could you give some response to this, CL?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, of course, and thank you to all who responded. That's always appreciated to get feedback from you, to get input from all of you, our members, vital to our work. If there continues to be interest, we can gladly evaluate to hold a side event next year, next session of the CCCF. Please let us know. Just write to us, write to me, and we can gladly do that. For this year, we have opted to report out in the way we've expressed or laid down in the /3 document. There are different ways to do that, so I'm happy to continue the discussion and the discourse with all of you, and let us know. Thank you.
So thank you for that. And I'd like to note that last week there has been a virtual meeting of the in-session working group on the follow-up to the outcomes of JEC evaluation and the FAO WHO expert consultation chaired by the USA. Thank you, USA, for this. The report has been published on the website as a CRD 4, and we will consider this report under the relevant agenda item that is under item number 20. So with this, I'd like to conclude, or I'd like to express actually the appreciation to FAO and WHO for all the work undertaken in the past year, noting the importance of this work in support of the CCCF efforts to establish safety standards for reducing contaminants in food and feed. So thank you, FAO, WHO. And with this, I would like to proceed to item number 4. Matters of interest arising from other international organizations. So a working document has been kindly prepared by the International Atomic Energy Agency. This document consists of 2 parts, one of regular activities and one of specific activities, and IAEA will present these parts in 2 separate presentations, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Esteemed delegate, ladies and gentlemen. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and the International Atomic Energy Agency, through the joint FAO-IAEA Center of Nuclear Technique in Food and Agriculture, support and implement activities related to the Codex Committee of Contaminants in Food. So the Joint Center continues his mandate in supporting member countries through mechanisms such as technical cooperation project, coordinated research project, extra budgetary project, and laboratory-led applied research and technology adaptation, promoting food safety, consumer protection, and facilitate trade. We would like also to report some of the activity which was done for the member state within the framework of capacity building. Number of this project were mainly addressed to cover the trace and toxic element, mycotoxin, and radionuclide analysis in food matrices. The outcome of this support is reflected in the food safety monitoring program and related policy adopted in member state. In addition, we have done development also for analytical method in our laboratories in Vienna, which are dedicated for detection the aflatoxin AFB1, B2, G1, and G2 in pistachio, in addition to fumonisin B1, B2, B3 in maize as well. Also, we report in the same document development of analytical method which was done by member state, especially on microsystems and others on cyanotoxin in algae-based food supplement. So that was on the part 1. Shall I continue with the part 2?
So I will ask clarification questions for this part 1. So are there any questions for the specific part of this part 1? No questions. So please go ahead with part 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the part 2 of the report, it is an informative document on natural radionuclide in food, feed, and drinking water. The background to this in the CCCF electronic working group paper on radionuclide in food, feed, and drinking water in normal situations that was discussed in previous committee in 2021. So in 2021, this committee concluded that naturally occurring radionuclides are found in many different food and tend to give radiation doses higher than those provided by human-made radionuclide, but no specific safety problems or trade issues were identified due to naturally occurring radionuclide. This committee therefore agreed that no further work was required by Codex on natural radioactivity. The committee asked to be kept informed of development and welcomed the production of an informative document for food safety regulator. The document is part 2 from in this informative document. It has now been dated to take into account the comment provided by Codex members and observers in response to the 2023 Codex circular letter reference CL 2023/17CF, and it now refers to the very latest information from the UNSCEAR, the United Nations Scientific Committee on the Effect of Atomic Radiation, as suggested by some of you who provided comment. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to all those who provided comments and suggestions. I hope you find the document useful. Part 2 also includes the resolution table, so you can find how the document was updated. Finally, Chair, we hope to publish this information document on radionuclide as either a IAEA or FAO publication so that it can be referred by Codex and others. That concludes the overview of the Joint Center. Thank you.
Thank you for introducing this document. Are there any questions? No. So I would like to ask plenary if the content of this document aligns with the scope of the work, so providing an overview of the state-of-the-art on natural radionuclides in food, feed, and drinking water from the perspective of food safety regulators, thereby facilitating a common understanding and communication between the food safety and radiological communities. I can see no issues raised, so we think it's in alignment. Thank you for that. Then I would like to hear your views on whether the document is ready to be published on the Codex website or alternatively via the link to the IAEA website for information. I'm giving the floor to the Codex Secretariat for this one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a slight correction because I think the IAEA mentioned that it's going to be published as an IAEA document or a FAO publication. However, if members feel that they would like a link on the Codex website, we can look into that, but it will not be a Codex information document. So I just want to make that clear, Madam Chair. Thank you.
So are we in agreement to have a link on the Codex website? Yes? So in conclusion, we express our appreciation to the, I still have to work on this pronunciation, IAEA for all the work that has been undertaken in the past year on capacity building and research activities, including the development of the information document, and notes the information provided. And we agree to have a link on the Codex website which gives us the information that has been presented by IAEA today. So thank you. And with this, we continue with agenda item number 5. Yes, so agenda item number 5 is the maximum level for lead in certain food categories. And the relevant documents are projected on the screen. As you can see, the document has been prepared by Brazil, and I would like to recall that at CCCF18, the committee agreed to advance the proposed maximum level of 2.5 milligrams per kilogram for spices, dried bark, and dried culinary herbs to step 5. And CCCF17 requested JECFA to issue a call for data. And this electronic working group has reviewed the newly submitted data in the current document and proposes new MLs, which has been placed on a working document. So, Codex Secretariat, could you please clarify the situation from the MLs at step 7 and 4, because there were some questions we saw in the CRD.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't expect to be speaking so much so early on day one. I don't think the gods are with me because I think I was in the same situation last year too. Anyway, just to I must have done something really bad in my previous life. Okay, just to clarify from a procedural point of view, generally when a text is adopted at step 5 by the Commission and circulated for comment at step 6, a committee has the right to make changes to that text. However, in the case of numerical limits, like the case that we have before us now, the last session of the committee agreed that new data would be requested, and the E-working group then looked at a new data set and came up with a new ML, which we circulated for comment at step 3. So if we agree with the ML at step, which is now being discussed at step 4, we would have to discontinue the ML which was adopted at 5, circulated for comment at step 6, and is currently at step 7. And this is normal practice when we deal with a single numerical level because the entire standard is changed. And in this case also because we looked at a completely new data set. And it is common when you look at how CCPR operates, how CCRVDF operates, they follow the same procedure. We seldom do this in this committee because we tend to send our MLs for adoption at step 5-8. We have had a similar situation in the past, also in the case of lead. However, that situation slightly differed because we didn't necessarily ask for new data. We worked on the same data, but we asked for a different approach to the analysis of the data. So, Madam Chair, if we go with the ML, the new proposed ML, then we would have to simply discontinue. It's a matter of simply stating to the Commission we discontinue the one that they previously adopted, and we are submitting a new ML for adoption. Madam Chair, I would like to also then maybe state that we need to be careful in future, maybe when we have issues with an ML, to rather not send it for adoption at step 5, but to return it to 2-3, so that we don't have this type of procedural issue arising in the future. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the clarification, and a note to us all. So that is, we will continue with the presentation of Brazil, but we have a two-step approach. So we either accept the new data set and go discuss the MLs, or we discard the new data set and focus on the MLs which has been presented to CSC. So that is that's up to plenary how we would proceed. But we first give the floor to Brazil to explain what they did with the new data set.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'd like to thank all electronic working group members that participate in the discussions for this agenda item 5, and also countries that provide comments in reply to the circular letter and also SCRD documents. Could we have our presentation in the screen, please? Thank you. So next slide, please. CCCF18 reestablished the electronic working group chaired by Brazil, working in English only, to work on maximum levels for lead in dried bark and dry culinary herbs, to consider the relevance of the note on moisture content to the ML for fresh culinary herbs for comments and consideration by CCCF18. CCCF17 also requested JECFA to issue a call for data for lead in spices, dried bark, including a note not to submit data that could be related to economic adulteration and for dried culinary herbs. Thank you. So the work process of the electronic working group, the WHO administrator extracted data in February 2025, and considering time restraint, we only had one draft document that was circulated for comments in the electronic working group. The data were evaluated considering the guidance document on how to establish and propose maximal levels. And we received comments from Canada, Japan, Mexico, Thailand, Uruguay, and the United States. Next slide, please. So the key points of discussions during the electronic working group was the need to perform sensitive analysis considering both the entire data set and the results that were reported on dry weight basis. And we did not see any change we also was requested to analyze data submitted after last check for call for data for bark to see if we can find different profiles from the past data comparing to the new data. And we didn't see no reduction in the meal level, which was expected if the past data was from adulterated samples. So we do not have any insight on how that the data are from adulterated samples. So we propose to evaluate the entire data set. We also was asked to remove samples with higher LOQ values, and this occur for dried herbs, as we have a maximal level of 2.5. The results from methods of LOQ values of 3 and 4 are not suitable to evaluate compliance with these maximal levels. We are also asked to evaluate P95 values by region and perform analysis of hypothetical MLs for these regions. In response to our request, if there was any need to maintain the extrapolation of maximal level for fresh culinary herbs based on the ML for dried, we received one comment that there was no need. And so we are not proposing any new comment on this extrapolation. Next slide, please. So as you see on the screen, we have the data from complete data set and also evaluated by region. And except PAHO region, all the P95 values are below 2.5. And next slide, please. Next. So for dried bark, if we consider the entire data set, a maximal level of 2.5 would mean a rejection of 4%, which is below the cutoff that's being used by the committee. Next slide, please. And if we consider only PAHO data, with a maximum level of 2.5, our rejection would be close to 7%, and then a maximum level of 3.0 could be considered. Next slide, please. Regarding dried culinary herbs, we have also performed an analysis by region, and in this case, we see that all P95 values are below 2.0. Next slide. Then a hypothetical ML of 2.0 could correspond to a rejection rate of 1.7%. Next slide, please. And consider only PAHO region, a 2.0 would correspond, maximum level of 2.0 correspond to a rejection of 4.7. Next slide, please. So the recommendations are to consider a maximum level of 3.0 milligram per kilogram for dried bark, and a maximum level of 2.0 for dried culinary herbs. That is all, and I conclude my presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So thank you for the presentation. I look in the plenary room whether there are any questions, because we are going to focus on these specific new MLs and the data collection and analysis of it. No specific questions. Then Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Japan would like to express appreciation to the Codex Secretary for the detailed explanation of the step procedure. We understand the situation now, and as CCCF has had limited experience with this kind of case, so we kindly request that this detailed explanation to be noted in the report for future reference. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Yes, it will be noted in the report. So it will be for future reference. We can backtrack. Thank you. European Union, you have a question?
Well, we have a general comment on the fact that ML's proposals were mainly done on the basis of regional data sets of the PAHO region. So I don't know whether that's now is the right moment to make that comment. Yes. So, yes, when we look at, we noted that the global data sets for the bark spices and the dried culinary herbs have been split up into 5 regional data sets, and that the proposed MLs are based on the data set of the PAHO region only. In the EU, we consider that the default approach should be to base the Codex MLs on the basis of the global data set, and only in cases where the distribution patterns of the data would significantly differ among regions, a case-by-case analysis on the basis of regional data could be considered when there is a good rationale for that. Now, the occurrence data for the dried bark spices and the dried culinary herbs from different regions lie in the same range, so they do not seem to belong to statistically different populations. Therefore, the EU is not in favor of establishing the MLs on the basis of the rejection rates of the data set of the PAHO region, but rather on the basis of the global data set. Thank you. Furthermore, we have also specific comments for the bark and the dried spices for the proposed MLs, but I suppose we make these better later. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. Brazil, could you please specify and clarify your approach?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The approach was taken based on requests from Codex members to evaluate if there was any difference in individual regions that could have an impact with the if establish a maximal level of considering the entire data set could reject a lot of data from specific regions, and also today in the guidance to evaluate maximal levels, to establish maximal levels, there is information that we can consider regional differences, but we would like to have a further clarification on how to handle these evaluations.
So specifically when the EU gives a comment for the specific regional approach, and if you look at the globally and regional approach, did you see any differences then? So because that's actually then, are there so many differences in an ML setting? Could you clarify on this?
In fact, we don't know. We provide all the scenarios to the committee decide. We don't know if we have a good reason to have difference in this region because of local problem or not. In fact, the data is from that have this trend is from an specific country, and maybe this country could provide some explanation regarding this data. We contact the country and to see if it's a target sampling or if it's represent the global data. So in this case, this specific country say that could accept the maximum level considering the global data. So in this case, I believe that we can suggest for BARC the maximum level considering the global data of 2.5.
So instead of 3? Ah, okay.
Exactly.
Okay. So EU, is this explanatory for you enough?
Yes, thank you. If the ML of 2.0 on the basis of the global data set is considered suitable, that's okay for the EU. Thank you.
Thank you. Thailand, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, we would like to thank Brazil as the chair of the Electronic Working Group, and also thank to the Codex Secretariat on the explanation. So we are ready to consider the new proposal of the maximum level with the new data set and the analysis of the data. We have one question, is maybe specific, but also can be raised as a general one. I remember last session at the 17th committee that we considered for the dry culinary herbs maximum level together with the fresh culinary herb maximum level. And that time we decide to discontinue for the fresh culinary herb and forward the maximum level for dry culinary herb as to step 5, with the note that the maximum level for fresh culinary herb can be derived from the dry one with the calculation of the moisture content. But according to the paper and the proposal from the electronic working group, that the electronic working group now propose to remove the note for the fresh culinary herb with some explanation that it can be explained by the preamble of the CXS 193, but the CXS 193 did not explain on the derivation from the dry one back to the fresh one. But in the vice versa, it's explained to set the maximum level for the fresh, and then it can be derived to the dry one. So for this one, we will raise our comment later on, but the question now is that we would like to retain or bring back the note we agree in our previous session. Thank you.
Brazil, could you please elaborate on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, Brazil provided comments in reply to circular letter 2025-03C on agenda item 16, that if we are discussing the modifications on the preamble, and if this concern could also be captured on this agenda item. So how to extrapolate a maximum level for fresh commodity based on a maximum level that was established for dried commodity.
So Brazil, could it be that we insert the note again in this one because we can't wait before the preamble?
Okay.
Thailand is okay. Thank you. I have USA. Or USA, the flag was already down. Then we have India. India, do you still have your flag up? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. India would like to highlight the issues with the data sets, which eventually seeps into the approach as well. So table 6 is indicating the regional representation in the data set. So there are observations that at least in 3 of the regions, the number of the data sets used is less than 60. And similarly, in table B, at the level of individual product, the sample size is again very, very low, and in many instances it is only 1. So only for 10 of these products, statistical relevant number is there, and for more than 24 items, the number is not even either it is in 1 digit or so. The data set issue is there, so that is the concern India would like to flag here.
Thank you, India. Brazil, could you please comment on that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As already mentioned last year and also stated in the document, we had already, JECFA have already performed several call for data in dried bark. We can see a call for data that was in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2024. And all those call for data covered lead data in bark and dry culinary herbs. So if countries do not submit data in the GEMS food database, we cannot discuss representativity of data based on the data that are available, the MLs are being proposed and should be considered by this committee if it's worth establishing maximal levels for lead in these food categories.
So that's specifically for the culinary herbs then? Or is it for both? Okay, okay, thank you. So it's under the scrutiny of the plenary whether they will consider it to forward or not, right? Thank you. Canada, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the electronic working group, or the working group, for all their work on this this project. Canada would like to agree, basically, that we do think that this should represent the global data set and not just specific regions. We did have a question about for culinary herbs. There were some P95 concentrations that weren't estimated, specifically for bay leaf and wormwood. They weren't estimated due to lower sample size, but they were still reported maximum concentrations above the proposed MLs. And in these cases, we were wondering whether it can be clarified whether they can meet the proposed MLs based on achievability.
Brazil?
Could you please repeat the question?
Canada?
Certainly. So there were some P95 concentrations that weren't estimated due to a lower sample size, specifically for bay leaf and wormwood. But they still reported maximum concentrations above the proposed MLs. And so in these cases, we are wondering whether it can be clarified, whether they can meet the proposed MLs based on achievability.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did only calculate P95 values for those culinary herbs that have more than 60 samples. And for those that are P95 values were not calculated, maximal levels are in general less than the maximal level under discussion. And they could come.
They were calculated for the one that you have more than 60.
Yeah, and for all of these culinary herbs for which P95 values were calculated, they could attain a maximal level of 2.0.
Does it answer the question, Canada?
Would that be for all of them combined?
So would it be for all of them combined? That is what Canada asks.
No, for the specific culinary herbs for which P95 values were calculated, they all could comply with a maximum level of 2.0.
So separately?
Separately.
Separately.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay. Thank you for clarifying this. And I had Indonesia. I think Indonesia is on full hybrid. Is this correct? We are trying to get the microphone on.
Thailand and also Codex Secretariat.
We can hear you.
This meeting, which include online platform. So this platform, which has enabled the participation of countries that are unable to attend the meeting in person. Regarding the maximum level for lead in culinary herbs and dried bark, actually Indonesia already provide the comment during the electronic working group, and we congratulate Brazil for this chairing. And on this occasion, we would like to convey our position that Indonesia support the ML for spices dried bark at 2.5 milligram per kg, and also 2.0 milligram per kg for the culinary herbs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. I'm glad to have you here in full hybrid. No further questions. Then we go to the recommendations, and I go by one. So are we in agreement to have to advance the ML of dried culinary herbs for 2 milligrams per kilogram? I can see agreement on that. So thank you for this. Then we go to spices, dried bark, and I'm looking at Brazil, so I'm going for the 2.5 because we then have a better globally presented data set, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. So for this is the recommendation for an advancement of the new proposed ML for dried bark for 2.5 milligram per kilogram. Are we in agreement of this ML? Yes? So thank you. Oh, sorry, I see India. India, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. India is in agreement with the proposal for spices, dried bark, 3 mg per kg. However, India would like to submit its reservation against dried culinary herbs 2 mg per kg proposal. And the reason is uneven sample representation within the established categories of spices. And India proposes that the ML may be proposed only for the group of spices in the table B. A revision may be made, and only those spices may be taken forward where the P95 is available and where the representation is available, which brings it to 10 at the end. So in case this proposal is made for those 10 spices, India has no objection. However, for the entire list in the table B, India registers its concerns on the data representation and objects to further forwarding. Thank you.
Thank you. So to have summarized, you have a reservation placed for the ML for dry culinary herbs from 2 milligram per kilogram, and you ask if you have it to reduce to 10 categories, then you can accept. And for spices, dried bark, you say we are in agreement with the 2.5 because that was proposed, 2.5. Yeah, okay.
For the spice, dried bark, it was 3 mg per kg.
No, so we just discussed that to have a better global representation, we have it at 2.5.
India supports 3 mg per kg. Thank you. India supports 3.
Yeah, and 2.5? So the proposal is 2.5.
So India supports 3.
Okay.
Thank you.
We note that. Okay. China, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. China supported India proposed 3.0. And actually, we are supported that for James Food in 2022. We have found if the 2.5, China will be the rejection rate about 20%. So we would like have the 3 point for the draft dried bag is more precise, and we have supported the CRD document. And we would like have this one, and just for the other dried harbor, we also believe that 2.5 is the best. That was China's position.
So China, you agree with India. So India made a reservation for the dried culinary herbs for the 2.0 milligrams per kilograms. Are you expressing also a reservation?
If have the 3 point, we are better. If you have the get agreement, China make a reservation. Can we back to the 3 point, not 2.5?
So for clarification, India made a reservation for dried culinary herbs and not for bark. So
we just would like have the dried back the 3.0 and for the draft current harbor 2.5. If this can agreeable, then we would like have this maximum limits. If not, China will be the make a reservation for the draft stock. Back, yeah.
Okay, thank you, China. We have Thailand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, for the dry culinary herbs, we can agree without reservation. We can agree with the 2.0, and also would like to confirm that the note will be exactly the same as written in the report last year. Okay. And then for the dry bark spice, our preference is for the 3.0 because it represents the better rejection rate. But in other way, we can go along with 2.5 if the majority of the committee agree on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. We have the United States.
Thank you, Chair. We would just like to confirm our support for 2.5 versus the 3 for dried bark. We prefer the use, in this case, of the globally representative data, and would also like to comment that if there are general questions on the use of regional versus general data, perhaps this can be discussed under agenda item 14 on the guidance on data analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, a good suggestion. So for you all, this is in the insight session on tomorrow, so there can be a further discussion on globally and regionally data sets analysis. So thank you for the suggestion, Jose. I can see Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Canada would also support 2.0 for dried culinary herbs and 2.5 for bark cinnamon.
Thank you, Canada. So I try to derive a conclusions for you all. So CCCF18 agrees to discontinue work on the MLs at step 7 presented to CAC last year, advanced new proposed MLs at step 4 to step 5.8, and ML for spiced dried bark at 2.5 milligrams per kilograms with a reservation from China, and we advance a ml for dried culinary herbs from 2.5 milligrams per kilograms with a reservation from India. And with this dried culinary herb, we bring back the note to derive from dry moisture extent from 4 fresh culinary herbs, which is being proposed by Thailand. Oh, sorry.
Could you please just confirm the maximum level that you just said for culinary herbs?
Because it's 2, not
2. Sorry, 2.
Thank you.
2. Sorry. Is EU in? Yes, 2. So it's 2.5 versus 2. Okay. So with this, India, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. For the spices dried bark, the reservation of India is for 2.5. So in case you mentioned 2.5, along with China, India's reservation is also there.
Thank you, India. Then we note your reservation also for the dried bark. China?
Yes, and I just wonder, we only use the global debt, not the regional debt, because the regional debt supported 3.0.
Yes, so Brazil, could you explain again the rationale from 3 to 2.5, then it's presented more globally, so China asking specifically for this?
Yes, not only China, then, for example, India with Asia.
Yes, I know, but for now...
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on the data that is available today on GEMS Food Database, at 2.5 milligram per kilogram, consider the entire data set would represent a rejection rate less than 5%. Thank you.
Is this clarification for China?
Not only the Asia, the PAHO, also if the accident was the 6.98 for the, not only the Asia. 这是哪个区？family， 直接是那个 America， Pan America， yeah.
So you're referring to a table, I guess, now, right? So the table in documents, so you have to state more clearly so also Brazil can look into your question.
Table 5.
So we are at table 5.
level 5, 2.5 is the accepted 5%. So that can be acceptable.
So table 5,
Yeah.
2.5.
Yeah, table
And-
5 is for the PAHO region and not the entire data set.
Yeah.
So that's not the entire data set, that is the regional data set, and Brazil claims that it's in the globally data set, then it's below the rejection rate of 5. So that's why they also suggest 2.5.
Okay, and originally we are more concerned not only the global, but also should consider the region. Not, I said, it's not one country, one region, so that you get the international treated. Then we global, if got 2.5, then accept 5%. In one region. So the different regions have the
So the difference, what this Brazil stated, so if you look at the regional level and you put down 2.5, then you have a high rejection rate. Yet in the global set, then it's a lower rejection rate, so it's lower than 5%. That's why we're now presenting 2.5 milligrams per kilogram, because it's representing a better global set and it has still a lower rejection rate.
Originally always the global, not a region.
Yes, we would prefer globally. Yes, so that's why we put down now the 2.5.
Whatever, China make a reservation.
Okay, so China makes a reservation. Okay, thank you. The reservation has been noted. Thank you very much. Japan, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Which database should be given priority for ML development is under discussion for guidance of data analysis under agenda item 14, and it is proposed for possible future discussion which database is appropriate. So we support at this stage ML should based on global data set. And we would like to see clarification of a step of on dried bags. 2.5 is the same value with original proposed maximum level adapted step 5. So this is, if agree this commission, it is adopted step 8 or step 5.8, if it is correct.
So thank you, Japan, for asking the specific step procedure. So Codex Secretarial will read out, because of discontinuation and continuation, and at what step the MLs will be sitting at, they will read it out technically.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So for the dried bark, oops, I'm too close to, oh, I think it's because of this. For the dried bark, we are now going to send the ML 2.5 to step 8, because it's the same ML that was adopted already at 5 and advanced to step 6, right? For the dried culinary herbs, we now are going to the new ML of 2, and so that is going to go to step 5.8 for adoption, and the one that had been adopted at step 5 previously, which was the 2.5, will be discontinued. And we will reinsert the note that we had previously for the dried culinary herbs, which you can see in Appendix 2 of the report of last year. But of course, we will insert that in the table when we publish the report this year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
China?
And if I remember for the cadmium in the rice, originally, what I said, the 2.2, then changed to 2.4. That just because a fever country, not a region. So then China just discussing we are not make progress, go for 5.8, we would like have the adopt at the step 5. And also China make a reservation.
So thank you, China. We put down the reservation with also this comment into it, that you would like to have it at step 5. Thank you. With this, and 5 minutes on the clock, so that is actually a little bit too a less time to introduce a new topic. I'm giving you leave for 5 minutes to get somewhere in the building, preferably which way you want to go, but we would like to start at 12:30 with the presentation of China. So please be here in about 5 minutes, and we will arrange the head table, and China, you are asked to join us on the head table. So see you within the 5 minutes. Oh yeah, and after the presentation of China, we have lunch, and we have lunch in the Flow restaurant, which is on the ground floor. You should take up your badge. If you not show your badge, you don't get lunch, but you can get lunch anywhere, but not at the Flow restaurant. Yeah? So please, China, and do your thing. In 5 minutes' time, we see you here.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much for joining the side session organized and hosted by China. I would like to give the floor to my colleagues, to Dr. Wu and Mrs. Zhang. Thank you very much. It will take approximately 30 minutes and then we can continue for lunch. They will first give a presentation to us and then there's time for members to give their responses. So without further ado, and I will share my screen with your PowerPoint. Thank you.
Partner in the food and feed, and first, what I have my assistant, Dr. Soy, make some introduction briefly.
Okay.
Okay.
The point.
See. Loading or loading slowly. Okay. Wait a moment.
Maybe I can say something firstly. Thanks, Dr. Wu, give me this opportunity to introduce the work on behalf of the e-working group. The objective of our e-working group is to develop COP for the prevention and reduction of contamination by the tropane alkaloids. And this e-working group is chaired by China and co-chaired by Saudi Arabia. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
So next. We can do it quickly and then we will have our lunch. Tropane alkaloids, especially from deuterium weeds, have been identified as critical food and feed contaminant. Considering the scientific advice of JACFA 2020, since CCCF18, the committee has recognized the need for TA-related follow-up actions. CCCF16 established an e-working group to look up the need and feasibility of possible follow-up actions. Next. Okay. And at CCCF17, we were tasked to draft a COP, and at the same time, the committee requested JACFA to collect TA contamination data with sample stage details. So now you can see our document comprises 4 appendixes. First one, the discussion paper, including the analysis result of TA data in food and feed. The second one is our new work proposal. Third one is the draft code practice. The last one is the list participants, and thanks all the e-working group members. Next. So with the assistance of the James Food Administrator, we obtained an expanded data set of TAs in food and feed from 2006 to 2023. We drafted a discussion paper proposing a COP and analyzes TA contaminant patterns in food and feed, and circulate the draft document twice. And we incorporate comments from Brazil, China, France, Japan, Mexico, and USA. Also, we conducted a target survey to better understand the growth condition of the deuterium weed in buckwheat fields. You can see the picture. And the next, for the data, I think maybe you want to know the data result. Atropine and scopolamine are the predominant TA. So our data also, analysis also focus on the 2 type TAs. This year, we have gotten more data than before, and data analysis indicate that the highest contaminant level of TA were observed in cells, primary cell-based products, and cell-based feed, followed by herbs, spices, condiments, and oilseeds and tea. In contrast, vegetable oil, snack foods, and other processed products exhibited lower contaminant risk. For the contaminant pattern, we can see contaminant is sporadic, not widespread. No food category exhibits consistent high-level contamination. And high contamination manifests as isolate incidents, likely due to accidental mix with TA-containing plants during farming, harvesting, and processing. And data distribution is also indicate contamination is driven by a relative small number of very high positive samples. Next. Current risk assessment priority acute toxicities concern over chronic effects. So the TA risk management strategy should focus on the control of the cereals with the potential for exposure spikes. You can see from this picture, high level of dietary TA exposure comes from two kind of situation. One is unintentional food contaminant by TA containing plants. Second, misidentification incidents, such as confused deutera leaves with leaf vegetables. Current process technologies show no conclusive evidence of effective degrading TAs, so rigorous control at the raw material stage is paramount. That's why we emphasize farming field management, screen raw material, provision of cross-contamination. Public awareness to provision means and identification is also crucial. Next. So the COP framework, we make scope is food and feed with a particular focus on the weight of deutera species. And we have 3 core chapters. First one based on JP, strict control of deutera contamination in fields. Second, based on GMP, rigorous raw materials supervision. The last part is consumer education. Next. We discussed about the title and scope of the COP in e-working group. Some members propose a specific deutera in the title, but we think it would be better to retain the broader title to allow future inclusion of other TA-containing plants. And also about the feed control. Initially, we exclude feed due to negligible human health risk from animal products. But member emphasized feed's impact on animal welfare, productivity. So now we include feed control. Next. And the last key point discussion is about TA data. Although this year we get a lot of data, but since the GM's food database structure impacts extraction of information on processing's impact on TA levels. Based on current information, TA data indicates that effective control relies fundamentally on agriculture practice. Processing monitoring serves as a supplementary risk assessment tool. So that's all working group key point discussion. Next. Also, we get some comments from Ad1 and some CRDs. We very glad to see this job have received widespread support from countries and organizations. And also, there are some recommendations for the project document improvement. We can see there are explicitly address heightened TA contamination risk in low and middle income countries, and also could explicitly include feed throughout the COP and the project document. Also, some other specific suggestions for modification. And next, based on this suggestion, we made some modification to the document. Maybe later we can do go through it one by one. We try to accept all the comments, and for example, we add the main crops targets by COP and add some recent publication as reference in point 2, receive reverse point 3 to make it more comprehensive and clarify the coverage of feed in every section. And also, we emphasize the COP should be suitable for low and middle income countries. Next. Also, there are some valuable recommendations for draft COP. For example, new section with disposals, revision to existing contact, and some consideration, coordination with PA on the weed control measures. Since this is only a new work, so I think it's not our task today. Next. But we also try to revise the documents while we seriously appreciate all the valuable feedback for the COP. It is instrumental in strengthening the document. In our current revision, we have incorporated as many suggestions as possible based on the available information and time. However, for some suggestions requiring more deep research or additional data collection to determine the best action, we will address this in subsequent phase. Next. So, based on all those comments and information we get, we made a follow conclusion.
One moment.
Okay.
We will connect back to the screen. Thank you.
We only have 2 slides. So.
There are 2 slides, and then we will show the annexes, and then we invite members to respond.
Yeah.
All right, please proceed. We will show the final slides.
This one. Yeah, this one. Based on all those comments and information we collected, we made follow conclusion. You can see a science-based COP is essential to get global TO provision, and existing data support the focused control, though processing stage data gap remain. Also, we would include feed links with the One Health approach, balance animal welfare and food safety. Also, the proposal COP structure is reasonable, but requires refinement. Next, the last one. Yeah. So we think CCCF is invited to consider the points below, review and adjust the project document for submission to CAC 48, and refine the COP outline to address the gaps, and re-establish the e-working group to finalize the COP for consideration by CCCF 19. Okay, we thank all members for their contribution and welcome the committee guidance on advance this work. Thank you.
Thank you, China and Saudi Arabia, for presenting. We would like to show Appendix 2, Appendix 3, and we are inviting all members, observers to make their statements so we can prepare for tomorrow's session and plenary. For the technicians, could we see the appendix on the screen, please? This one? And can I invite people to respond to Appendix 2 for your comments and suggestions? Yes, I can see the United States. Please go ahead.
Thank you, China, for that interesting presentation on tropane alkaloids. I have a procedural question. Is the project document being presented available in a CRD, or is this the one that was originally posted?
For procedures, after this meeting, China will work on the appendixes, and the CRD will be published, I think, this evening, tomorrow morning. This evening or very early tomorrow morning. Thank you. All right, please, maybe you can share more about Appendix 2, and then members, observers are invited to respond.
Okay, maybe we can go through first scope. I think, is there anyone have opinion about the revised version? We already add some example. Okay, let's go to the second point. Relevance and time limiting. And we also add some reference, some new reports about TA contaminant as reference. So, do you have any new? If we okay with this, we go to the third part. Follow the comments, we revise this part, try to include all the key points. So, oh, we see.
Yes, please, United States.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about the extra precautions for feed. Was the addition of food, including cereal-based food for infants and young children, I can understand the extra precautions, but is there an extra precaution for feed that we should be aware of? Or should feed be included somewhere else in the paragraph? Thank you.
Then we have for infant and young children for the cells-based food, but including or not including. Remove or just actually we haven't.
Do you mean we should move the extra precaution and feed move to in front? Maybe.
Maybe the simplest way to address this is to remove and feed from line, yes, remove it from there. Feed is mentioned in the first sentence. I don't think it needs to be mentioned here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think please go ahead with the second part.
Four part. I think we can go to the four part. Yeah. We add some information related to animal feed. And also emphasize low and middle income countries. That's all for 4 points. So do we have any new recommended?
Thailand, please, the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We have a question on the 4A. 4A mentioned about the consumer protection from the point of view of health and fraudulent practices. Actually, we have no problem that this code of practice, including food and feed, but for the first sentence to protect consumer and animal health, we have question on protect of animal health, whether it's within the scope of the Codex work or not. Maybe in 4A should include only to protect consumer health. But we have in the previous section that this code include food and feed. Thank you.
So maybe we could delete and animal health. So is it okay? Because some member emphasize we should include feed. And in fact, from EFSA report, we know for the TA, animal meat or milk or egg is less risk. So we think maybe we should care about animal health. But if it's not a task of CAC, I think we can delete.
So it's mainly also the contradiction of the title, and then you continue with animal health. So either we could change the title, consumer protection and animal health, or we can remove animal health. What do you propose, China? EU, please have the floor.
Thank you. No, it's not a good idea to put animal health in the title the code of practice, because indeed within Codex we are indeed animal health does not fall within the remit of Codex. It is true that indeed tropane alkaloids in feed have also an effect on animal health, but as indeed we have highlighted in our positions, although indeed the carryover of tropane alkaloids from feed to food of animal origin is not in that massive amount, there are studies, and we have referred to it in our comments, that in certain situations we could see that there is indeed a transfer of tropane alkaloids from feed to, for instance, food of animal origin, in particular milk, and that is indeed also an issue for human health protection. And indeed, therefore we think also because this code of practice indeed as such with some small amendments could be extended to cover also feed. We are in favor of having in the scope feed and food and feed. But indeed, we understand the issues related to referring to specific issue, because within Codex we have no limit of indeed protecting animal health, and so I understand the reference to delete and animal health, but we maintain the relevance to keep feed in the scope because of indeed consumer health protection. If indeed could be a solution, you could say, I think, okay, it's okay like it is now proposed with the deletion and animal health. If indeed there would be a real request that it is indeed that there is a need to animal health, then you could eventually say, okay, it's to protect consumer health, and then you could then somewhere put in it is also noted that it, in addition, protects also animal health, but okay, I think it's not really needed. So, but I think it's correct like it is now. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. Okay, then we continue, please.
Okay, let's go to fifth point. Maybe go lower. Five point. No. Yeah, we go to relevance to Codex structure goals. Yeah. Yeah, I think we should delete animal health here too. And the next line, the animal, yeah. Okay, for the fifth part, do you have any advice?
EU, please go ahead.
Well, on this B point and reduce animal exposure, that's the reason why we include feed, to reduce animal exposure, to reduce also the transfer to food of animal origin. So there, under the B, it's not wrong to put to maintain animals exposure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Canada, please have the floor.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. If you're able to go back up to 4C.
Okay.
So we were wondering in the last line if it should be a food and feed chain.
Okay, yeah.
I see China nodding, and
yeah,
it's included. Okay. Thank you. Good suggestion.
Thank you. Yeah, that's.
Jamaica, please have the floor.
Okay. Yes, sorry. Can you go back to the same paragraph a while ago, please? I wondered why including low and middle income countries. I thought it was sufficient to say all member countries. I'm not sure why that distinction. Over.
Just because we have the EWG group, and even for the comments, several countries mentioned for the low and middle income countries. So we make emphasize. We can delay it if that was the suitable. I think we deleted this sentence. Delete. Yeah, we delete. Yeah.
Is that fine for you, Jamaica? Other member states to delete this emphasis?
Yes, sure, because member countries of Codex are some are low and some are middle. And
thank you.
So, thanks.
All right, United States, please, you get to give your suggestions.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go back to 4B, I believe. If we could just look at that again. I think this is, if you could scroll up.
Yes, we scrolled up. Do you refer to 4A or even higher?
Okay, could we see 4B, please?
4B, please. Okay.
I'm following up on the intervention by the EU on the consumer and animal health section.
I think we need to go down a bit more, or do you mean the food and feed chain we just discussed, or
no,
lower?
Yeah.
Maybe it's 5A. 5A.
Okay, now I see it.
Good, thanks. Please, your
It's
intervention.
5B, yes, thank you. On 5B, I'm not concerned about including animals, but perhaps we can just add animals' exposure to TAs in parentheses to control levels in feed to just make clear that we're not addressing animal health.
Well noted, your specification. Thank you. All right, other suggestions? Otherwise, you can continue, China. We scheduled this meeting, it will finish in around 8 minutes, so let's see if we can finish in time.
For this document, we can go down and there's no new revision. So if there's no new recommendation, this document would be closed.
Thank you, and this document will be uploaded either this evening or tomorrow morning as a CRD. Thank you very much. There's still Appendix 2 or 3 we want to discuss, so if you could show it. And then we're also inviting again members, observers to give your suggestions. And please, China, take us along with the changes made.
Okay, I think we just introduce what we have done. We don't need to discussion in detail for our lunch. So we can go down and you can see we try to add some suggestion about TA reduce in milk. There are some paper related, so we try to mention it at here, and also other TA containing plants, we try to mention it. But for the JAP, because we haven't get more detailed information about other TA containing plants, so now we still focus on the jewel. Yeah, so we can go down and there's, yeah, here. Here we try to make the paragraph more readable. Yeah, let's go. Let's go down. Yeah, here we add a paragraph about disposal of weed seed as some recommend. Yeah, next. Here, we have some recommend about infant food. We should focus on the infant food safety. So it's hard to have a paragraph just for this product. We think the key point still is the raw material control. So we add 1 or 2 sentences in this part to that producer notice it's very important to control the materials, especially for the infant food. Okay, go. And here, feed producer, yeah. We think in order to reduce TA contained feed, so we mention feed producer. And we also, for TA, it's not like PA is difficult to control. For TA, for the foods and feed producer, the most effective control measure for TA is to timely identification and remove contaminant. Yeah, so we add this paragraph here and go next. Also, some member mentioned analytical method, but we think it's not the key point for TA control, but we still add a paragraph to introduce what kind of method is there. Yeah, next. And some members suggest we don't need to mention too much about consumer systems, so we delete the last paragraph and just mention this in the first paragraph of consumer education. And that's all. We still, the last page, we still delete the flower of vegetable, and we add this picture, the Dutura and some rice and buckwheat. It's easy to mix identification. Okay, that's all.
Thank you very much for your hard work. Any suggestions, points of observations you want to make in this side event meeting? All right, then I would like to thank again China and Saudi Arabia for all the hard work done and for the comments made today in this side session. So now we invite you to have lunch in the restaurant. Please wear your badge at any time. And then we will see you back in the plenary session. Thank you very much.
สวัสดีครับเช็คทดสอบเวลาพูดไหมต้องพูดเวลาพูดไหมต้องพูดจ่อๆแบบนี้เข้าใจไหม
เช็ค1 2 3
พี่การรู้ที่ไว้ไมค์ไหมที่ไว้ไมค์ที่ไว้ไมค์รู้ไหมที่ไว้กล่องไมค์พริบมันก็พริบสวัสดีครับเช็คก็เหมือนกันเช็คผมดึงมาแล้วเนี่ยผมดึงมาแล้วเช็คสมมติผมพูดอยู่ตรงนี้เสร็จปุ๊บข้างบนจะเปิดปั๊บผมก็ยังพูดได้อยู่เพราะดึงตัวนู้นไม่ผมปิดไม่ผมปิดเองผมก็แย่งมาใหม่อย่างนี้ก็โอเคนะอย่างน้อย2 คนเนี่ยที่จะมีโอกาสเปิดพร้อมกันที่จะคุยสื่อสารกันเขาจะเปิดค้างมีโอกาสก็ดีนะผมเช็คสวัสดีครับ 1 2 3 4สวัสดีครับทดสอบ1 2 3 4
เอาของเราเดี๋ยวพี่หรือเราไปสลับกับใครมา
พี่โอ๊คโฟมหายไปแล้วนี่กันโฟมหายไปกันโฟมหายกันประธานเอานี่
เจ้าว่า
ไม่โฟมหายโอเคตัวนี้นะมันก็คือแชร์แมนนี่แหละคือแชร์แมนของแท้ๆเลยโดยกำเนิด
แต่ไม่เห็นตัดตัวนี้เลย
ไม่คุณก็ต้องไปเซ็ตให้มันเป็นไงนี่แหละคือตาของแชร์แมนในการตัดประชุมทั้งหมด
เ
งมันต้องปิด ไอ้ตัวนี้ไม่สามารถโดนแยกได้ด้วยพี่ถ้าเป็นแชร์แมนไม่สามารถโดนแยกได้การหน้าช่วยหน่อยปิดก่อนปิด เยอะเลยเหรอเพลงตกโมทีนึงไม่ได้เลยห้ามตัดเมื่อกี้มันตัดตัวมันเองมันตัดตัวมันเองเมื่อกี้มันเป็นแค่หน้าจอเองมาอันนี้เมื่อกี้พี่ตัวสวัสดีครับชิคนี่อีกกดวิ่งก็ได้พาไปอยู่แล้วพาตรงนี้มวยหมดแล้วตรงนี้ไม่ได้เลยเนี่ยตัวจะประเทศ
So I think we need to start again. I think everybody's got stuck in the really lovely restaurant downstairs. There was too much food, and I'm going to have to ask you to keep awake. I think some of it already fallen down. So I think they are rounding up everybody in the hallway and maybe in the restaurant itself to get into this plenary session again. So please bear with us that we have a certain amount of people in the room to get good decisions. No, it's not the bell for lunch, it's the bell for the plenary. So let's get started. Welcome back. So we are trying to get everything on track for today. I said we would like to finish at 6 so that you have some time before walking in a slowly path and orderly to the big boat. But it depends on how you are doing. We have on our program numbers 10, 8, and 6. And if all goes well, we can start also maybe with the in-session working group on items 14. So you have a free time in lunch tomorrow. So thank you for this and having this in your mind. And then we would like to start. Does the Codex Secretariat have anything to add? No, so we can start. We start with item number 10, the review of the Code of Practice for Weed Control to prevent and reduce pyrrolizidine alkaloid contamination in food and feed, and the guidance on sampling and analysis performance characteristics for the collection of data for submission to the GEMS food database. It's a mouthful. I'm really happy I can properly pronounce the contaminant. That took some time. So the relevant documents are on screen, and this document has been prepared by Turkey. I would like to invite Turkey to introduce the CRD10 because they had a virtual working group last Monday and have incorporated all the comments on at that point and have prepared for your CRD10. Thank you for this, Turkey. You can proceed in presenting.
Thank you, Chair. Can I have the presentation on the screen, please? Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank co-chair countries, the United Kingdom and the Netherlands, for their fruitful collaboration, and also to Codex Secretariat for their support. I will provide information about the documents developed by the Electronic Working Group for pyrrolizidine alkaloids and presented under agenda item 10. Next slide, please. In CCCF18, the European Union, as chair of the Electronic Working Group, introduced a discussion paper for prelucidin alkaloids. As the result of the discussions, it was decided to establish an EWG chaired by Turkey and co-chaired by the United Kingdom and the Netherlands to further develop the discussion paper, to prepare a revised draft code of practice, including honey, and to prepare a project document for the revision of the code of practice. Additionally, it was agreed to develop a guidance document on sampling and analysis methods for the submission of occurrence data to GEMS Food database. Next, please. Electronic Working Group was established consisting of 24 members, including 4 observers. Next, please. The first sharing containing the timeline in Electronic Working Group was made on December 2024, and information and recommendations from EWG members were requested. Then the discussion document was expanded with received knowledge and knowledge gained through meetings with relevant sectors in Turkey, particularly beekeepers. And the draft revised code of practice was created by adding beekeeping and food business sections to the code of practice. At the same time, a guide on sampling and analysis performance characteristics were prepared, referencing existing sampling and analysis methods for mycotoxins. The project document was prepared to include the revision of code of practice and the guidance on sampling and analysis methods. These documents were shared on forum at 19th of January. Next slide, please. At Electronic Working Group discussions, the main objection for the project document was the document should not include guidance on sampling and analysis methods and should only include the revision of code of practice. For guidance document, comments were the guidance should contain recommendations rather than requirements, including information on LOQs. The guidance should not be developed based on sampling methods valid for mycotoxins. Sampling for PA analysis should follow the general guidelines on sampling developed by CCMAS. The guidance should clarify whether the data request is for individual PAs or for total PA. Foods with PA risk should be clearly identified. And for revised code of practice, comments were there should be specific information on prevention of PA's contamination rather than general information. And next comment is regarding whether separate sections would be needed in the code of practice for food supplements and teas, as with bee products. Another comment suggested medicines and plant oils should not be included in the document. Next slide, please. After Electronic Working Group discussions, project document revised to cover only the code of practice, and the guidance document revised as recommendations with basic informations. Then, documents were open for comments through OCAs. Members supported the submission of the project document to Commission 48 for approval. There was a question whether there's an intention to change the title of the code of practice. Since approaches for bee products are different and the recommendations for food and feed establishments on good manufacturing hygiene practices included in the document, title is decided to be revised as Code of Practice to Prevent and Reduce Pyrolysidine Alkaloid Contamination in Food and Feed. It is suggested that the aim and scope of the project should be expanded to include not only weed control, but also management measures for beekeepers and food and feed producers. And next comment is inclusion of the revision will review the organization of the code of practice to determine whether its structure should align with recently adopted code of practices. Another comment is to add the Electronic Working Group will consider whether annexes are needed or the material can be covered in one document. It is suggested to add grains and grains products for food samples. And there were some proposals for editorial changes within the project document. Next, please. Members support the guidance on sampling and analysis performance characteristics. One member commented to add CAS numbers for the PA list. Replacing the phrase foods of greatest concern in the document with examples of foods of concern for contamination was suggested. One comment emphasized that the guidance includes recommendations rather than requirements. The possibility of harmonization with mycotoxins to facilitate joint sampling and testing was asked. One member shared the PA list analyzed in their country. Referencing analysis performance criteria in the procedural manual was suggested, and there were again some proposals for editorial changes within the document. All comments were reflected in the document except harmonization with mycotoxins, since at electronic working group discussions, it is considered that it would be inappropriate to use mycotoxins as reference. Moreover, it is decided to keep information as recommendations and basic. Next slide, please. Last Monday, virtual working group agreed on a submission of project document to Commission 48 and on guidance on sampling and analysis performance characteristics for data collection. 2 editorial changes were suggested and approved. After virtual working group, 10 countries submitted comments to CRD 10. In these comments, countries support submission of project document to Commission 48 and guidance on sampling and analysis performance characteristics for data collection. There is a proposal for editorial change within the document that we approve. There are suggestions for code of practice, which will be taken into account at electronic working group next year. And there are general comments for capacity building and technical assistance in low and middle income countries. Next slide, please. As a conclusion, the project document and the guidance document as an internal document were prepared. Since all documents revised in accordance with the comments provided, electronic working group considers that consensus will be reached. Next slide, please. And CCCF is invited to consider the following: review the project document and make any necessary adjustments to ensure a robust rationale for the revision of the Code of Practice, to forward it to Codex Elementaris Commission 48 for approval as new work. Re-establish the electronic working group chaired by Turkey and co-chaired by United Kingdom and the Netherlands to further develop the Code of Practice that will address the following additions: additional foods affected by PAs such as grains and grain-based products, teas, herbal infusions, herbal and pollen-based food supplements, salad plants, culinary herbs, spices, honey, and pollen. Specific practices for beekeeping not covered under the measures for weed control mentioned in the current Code of Practice. New approaches to weed control in primary production, and recommendations for food and feed establishments on good manufacturing hygiene practices for consideration by CCCF18. Confirm that the guidance on sampling and analysis performance characteristics for data collection to be submitted to GEMS food database for prelucidin alkaloids in food is to guide data collection for their submission to GEMS food database to support possible future work by CCCF on PAs. Call for the development of programs to build capacity and technical assistance for the prevention and mitigation of PAs risk for countries with limited capacity to the FAO. And next slide, please. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Turkiya, for your good explanation of the work process and what you have achieved so far. I would like to remind the committee that we will propose new work when a good project document lies before us and SCOP has been presented, and I think that is the case. So then we go to plenary to see whether we can consider the revised project document for agreement. So I would like to propose to this committee to have an agreement on the project document as it is now before us. So can it be put up on the screen? So we go by So first of all, can we commence? And if we commence, we go by it via paragraph and paragraph? Or do we do this section? So we first say, can we go in an agreement? Yes, Korea, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Due to climate changes, plants increasingly produce alkaloid as part of their intrinsic defense mechanism to cope with the external stress. Therefore, in Korea, prevention and reduction of pyrolysis and tropane alkaloid is great importance. So we strongly support the development of experiment protocols in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Korea, for your support. So within, we have now the project document on the screen. Yes. And we go from section to section. Oh, we are now the peanuts. Oh. I have to have binoculars on this one. Qatar, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do apologize that I need to go back to agenda item 5 and the maximum limit for lead in dried culinary herb. The agreement was reached to use that data of global relevance. Then we noticed that the maximum limit that should be considered for dried culinary herb should be 1.5 milligram per kg and not 2. 2 would be the number of we obtain when we consider the regional data. So our comment is that we need to stay consistent with the approach followed. So it seems that we use the global approach for dried pork and the regional approach for dried culinary herb. So we seek your consideration, please, of this matter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Qatar, for your comment. It will be put down in the report, but we do not open the discussion again. So hopefully for your consideration. Do we have it on screen? Yes, we have it on screen. So it has been revised twice. So it is actually at its, I think, 99.9% version. So we go fast tracking to the section. If there is anything you can erase, but we would like to go fast tracking. So this is the first section, and we go down. Okay. That was really good. Everybody seems to be in order with what has been done by Turkey and the documents. Thank you for this. It's in an agreement. So then we look at the revised guidelines. Thailand?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before going to the revised guideline. We have one comment for the project document.
Yes, please, go ahead.
It's on number 3, the main aspect to be covered. And with this, we also have it in our written comment, but to be in brief, because we think that the sentence, the one before the last sentence that mentioned that it will also develop recommendation for food and feed processor, including primary production, testing strategy under good manufacturing and hygiene practices. We think that the word testing strategy under maybe not necessary, because normally the testing is one topic under good manufacturing and hygiene practices. So maybe the sentence should read, it will also develop recommendation for food and feed processor, including primary production, good manufacturing and hygiene practices, because we don't like the revised code of practice to focus on the testing of the pyrolysin alkaloids. So suggestion is to delete testing strategy and keep good manufacturing and hygiene practices in. Thank you.
Thank you. So you have a alteration there to Kia. Can you live with it?
We approve the suggestion, so we can delete test strategies, and the approval is okay.
Okay, thank you. So we have now this altered. Thank you, Thailand. So I first make a conclusion on the project document, then we go into the step phase on how we proceed with the COP and the guidance document that will be giving like a terms of reference for next year. So I conclude that we agree to forward the revised project document for the revision of the Code of Practice to prevent and reduce pyrolysin alkaloid contamination in food and feed to CAC48 for adoption as new work. Canada?
Very sorry, Madam Chair. I did want to just make a very general comment, if I could. So we are very supportive of the COP. The only thing that we wanted to just flag was that measures that are proposed within the COP, we really hope that they're achievable measures that can realistically be adopted by small enterprises, diverse different types of enterprises, because these industries are really big, medium, small.
So that we can take into account in the working process for next year. Is this a good idea? So you're happy with the conclusion, but you say we take up, but we open the floor if anything needs to be done more this coming year for this group to work on. So you say take into account the small and medium small business enterprises, SMEs. Is there anything else? Because we have a guideline and a COP presently presented. This is the two documents where this working group will start working on next year. Are there any other things you'd like to give this working group a head start with? Poland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Poland, speaking on behalf of the European Union and its member states, welcomes and appreciates the work of Turkey as a chair and the UK and the Netherlands as co-chairs of the electronic working groups, and thank for preparing the discussion paper and the code of practice. As regards the proposal for the revision of the Code of Practice, some of the comments presented by us in CRD17 has been already taken into account and can be found in the CRD10 prepared by Teke. Thank you very much for this. We've got just one additional general comments on paragraphs 19, 50, and 51, which refers to grazing animals and pasture management. In our opinion, it would be appropriate to check the scientific literature as regards new findings on the sensitivity of different animal species to pyrrolysate alkaloids in order to be able to provide more accurate recommendations for this management based on recent information. Thank you. We are supportive for the further works. Thank you.
Thank you. We note the comment and put it in the report. Anything else which needs to be taken into account for next year? India, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Food with PA risk should be clearly identified. That has already been taken into account. Similarly, it's important to suitably take note of the foods where it is inherently present, or the crops, the food crops where it is inherently present, so that the risk can be suitably distinguished or differentiated. Another area of concern or the interest is, though it has been said, the exclusion of medicinal products from the scope of document. So in that case, how we propose to categorize Ayurvedic and herbal products that are consumed as food in nutraceutical and health supplements globally. That would be one of the issues that needs to be taken up in this. Thank you.
Thank you. We note the comments. Turkey, did you get the comments? Yes? So no questions from you. Thank you. So for this, to start new work, I officially also have to ask whether Turkey and its co-chairs would like to work further on the document. So were you willing to be the chair for the electronic working group next year, together with the co-chairs, Netherlands and United Kingdom?
Thank you, Chair. Turkey will be glad to chair the working group with United Kingdom and the Netherlands as co-chair for the next year.
The Netherlands?
Thank you, Chair. We as the Netherlands would like to continue the co-chairing. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. Thank you to Turkey for chairing this work. The UK is willing, with the agreement of Turkey, to continue supporting Turkey as co-chair of this important work. Thank you.
So, thank you. So we have the chairs and co-chairs. We're now looking at the terms of reference. We had already some comments made by Poland, India, and Canada to be put in. But we're now presenting the terms of reference which has been presented by Turkey, whether you're in agreement with these terms of reference. So we conclude also this one into the work for next year. So it's in point 2. There's the re-establishment from the electronic working group.
and we have agreed on that. And there are some specific items which will be addressed. The additional foods affected by PAs, such as grains and grain-based products, teas, herbal infusion, herbal and pollen-based food supplements, salads, plants, culinary herbs, spices, honey, and pollen. Specific practices for beekeeping not covered under the measures for weed control mentioned in the current COP, and new approaches to weed control in primary production and recommendation for food and feed establishment on good manufacturing hygiene practices for consideration for next year. Yes, if it's in agreement, we take this up. So thank you. Oh, sorry, I see USA. Please, USA.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if you could summarize the changes that will be in the terms of reference based on the comments from Canada, India, and Poland. Thank you.
So thank you, USA. We had to write it down to have it more specifically put down, so hopefully that we get it right. So it's in remark 2, and in addition to that, to have measures that are practicable and feasible for, in particular, SMEs, which was Canada's notation, to consult scientific literature, where Poland gave the annotation, and for India to consider how to deal with supplements which might be regulated as foods. India?
Yes, another one is to also take cognizance of the inherent levels in the plants. Over 6,000 species have inherent levels, so we need to differentiate between what brings them under the risk. Thank you.
Thank you, India, to differentiate plants and what brings them under the risks, right? For USA, is this for you? Okay, thank you. So I conclude that we agree to forward the project document, and that we re-establish the electronic working group chaired by Turkey, co-chaired by the United Kingdom and the Netherlands, working in English to further develop the discussion paper on the revision of the Code of Practice to prevent and reduce pyrrolizid and alkaloid contamination in food and feed for consideration at CCCF18, and provide a proposal of the revised COP, and further develop the guidance on sampling, and we have a explicit TOR, which has been stated in remark number 2 and has been explicitly then told so by myself, just so. Are we in agreement? United States?
Thank you, Chair. A question about further develop the guidance on sampling. Are you referring to the agenda item, I guess 10B, or?
Yeah, that's 10B.
I'm not sure what you mean by further develop that. is Turkey going to present that? And certain edits were provided. My impression was that we were going to close that out in some way, and would also like to make the point that we view those as recommendations rather than requirements for submission of GEMS data. So I guess the main point here is seeking clarity on what is happening with that guidance. And related is where and how it will be posted to the Contaminants Committee, in what form. Thank you.
So thank you, USA, for your question. We will ask the electronic working group, so I'm looking at Turkey, to have it in an appendix in the report next year, so as a guidance in the report itself, and it will not be a standalone document. So if there will be a call of data, because it's actually put down as helpful for a call of data, then it can be addressed to that appendix. So I'm looking at Turkey. Would it be good for you, as just stated?
Thank you, Chair. To clarify, since there's a consensus on guidance and it will be kept as a recommendation but not requirements, so to put it as appendix, it's okay, but if it is asked to further develop, that will be requirements, I think. So will you clarify that part? Do we need to further develop for requirements, or
No,
just to add it?
No, you don't need to develop it further. It's just what your electronic working group is happy with it. And it can be referred when you ask for calls of data, and then refer to the appendix itself.
Okay.
Yeah? For the USA, is this clear for you also? Yes? Okay. So for the conclusion of specifically the guidance documents for working next year with the electronic working group, they will include the guidance document as an appendix in the project document as a recommendation.
In the project document?
Oh, sorry, in the COP. Sorry, I was not clear on that. It will be appendix in this report from this meeting. So you can direct from the electronic working group to this appendix in this meeting. Yes? And as it is, then it will stand as such. Yes? So it is actually then finished. If everybody's happy with it in your group. And is the meeting happy with it as it sits in an appendix? So everybody can refer to this specific appendix to have the guidance on when data is asked for, call for data. Yeah? Okay. I'm looking to the right. Is it good for the report? Okay. European Union, yes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So no problem with the conclusion, but at the virtual working group meeting last Monday, we made the comment that as regards the sampling, where now it is a reference to the general guidelines on sampling, CXG 50/2004. We made the comment that it would have been appropriate to be more specific as regards the sample size, the number of incrementals, and so on. But we understood from the discussion that, well, in the electronic working group, the majority of the members were not in favor of including more details. And so we accept that, but maybe it would be appropriate to mention in the report that at least we made the suggestion, but we can live with the guidance as an appendix to the report as it has been finalized at the virtual working group meeting, even if our comment was not taken into account. Thank you.
So thank you. You can also raise it again in item 14 again. You still have an opening there. Well, thank you for having this set, and it will be placed down in the report. Thank you, European Union. So with that, I would like to conclude item number 10, and we will commence with item number 8. And if India is getting ready, we are looking at the Codex Secretariat. So we start with item number 8. And am I correct, India? We don't have a presentation in a PowerPoint. You just give some presentation orally to help us guide through the document. So please go ahead, India.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. We do have a presentation which has been already submitted to the Codex Secretariat.
You do have a presentation. Have you sent it to the Codex Secretariat?
Yes.
When
Yes,
did you send it?
It was on 18th.
Could you resend it now so we can pick it up on the mail?
I've just forwarded again.
Okay, thank you. Do you, which address did you use?
It's to the Codex at, one moment, at FAO.
Oh, we write down an email address which will be directly to us now, because then it's going to Rome, and we're actually in Bangkok now.
G I U S P double P E dot D I C H I D I C H I E R A.
It's sent. Okay, we've got it. Thank you for quickly responding. So the relevant documents of this item number 8 are presented on screen, and the document itself is prepared by India. So please, India, you have the floor to introduce the paper, and we will put the PowerPoint on screen. There it is. You can go ahead, India.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Before getting into the presentation, India would like to thank the co-chair United States of America, other EWG members, and the Codex Secretariat also for providing all the support during this work.
So maybe you can speak up somewhat in the microphone to have it better heard.
So come this side. Yeah, during the 2023, the Codex Committee on the Contaminants in the Food, that was in the 17th committee, it was decided that the definition of the ready-to-eat peanuts was already discussed, and it was confirmed by all the members in order to progressive work on setting up of the limits of maximum levels for the total aflatoxin in the ready-to-eat peanut. And the next slide, please. Yeah, during the last session, the first decision was to just finalizing the definition. And since there was a deliberation among different member countries on the proposed definition, finally it was adopted that since there is already a definition for the tree nuts is available in the Codex, and the same will be applied for ready-to-eat peanuts also for uniformity and also for understanding for all the countries. And second was to re-establish the EWG, and this has also been taken care, and to just call for data by the JECFA, because it was necessary that there should be clear demarcation on what has to be considered as ready-to-eat peanut and what is for peanuts for further processing also. So this was the third decision, and then finally to analyze the data and take it up for concluding a maximum level for the ready-to-eat peanut. Coming to the work process, the EWG was reconstituted, and the data which has been retrieved from the GEMS database that has been taken up for analysis. And this has taken quite a time, but still there were only few countries that had submitted the data, but the available data had been taken up for the analysis. And the data has been taken up, segregated in various kinds. First, we tried to see what comes under the ready-to-eat peanut category based on the agreed definition. And then the variant-wise segregation has been taken up, because we have seen that in the available data, even within the country also, there are quite a lot of local names, we would say, which has been quite in a wider range. So first, the segregation of the data based on the variants as ready-to-eat peanut and not. So this was the first exercise carried out. Second is about the regional-wise segregation. To just ensure that since peanut is being consumed in almost all the countries, but the producer countries' data is very much important, that first of all, the occurrence level is taken into consideration. Second, also that there is a geographical representation while setting up of the ML. So the region-wise segregation of the data has also been done. And then with the available data, the mean of the occurrence level has been calculated for setting up of the maximum limit. Coming to the key points of discussion, amongst all the data, the total data which was available in the GEMS database was 31,540. And only the data for the total aflatoxin was considered, because this was also one of the discussions during the 17th session, whether aflatoxin B1 or only the total would be taken up. And since it was agreed that only total aflatoxin would be taken up for this exercise, only this data has been considered. And while analyzing the data, we have seen that out of the 31,540 data points, around 7,000 plus were imported data. And that too, we have seen that within the imported data also some of the countries, they were not producer countries, so which indicating that these were purely imported by the country and wasn't produced. Secondly, since this is an imported data, it could be possible that it is a monitored data and may not be truly representing the occurrence data. And this 31,540 data was submitted by, in fact, 7 countries. And however, unfortunately, this out of this 7, only 3 countries were the major peanut producing countries. I would say that out of the 166 countries as per the FAO data having the production of peanut, only 3 countries were listed in the top 10. But nevertheless, out of the remaining 4, 2 were listed in the later portion. Indicating that yes, still they are producer countries, and this data can also be taken into consideration. However, the other 2 countries were not producer countries, and it's only possible that that could be imported data purely. And while calculating the occurrence data, there has been a wide range, and it has been noted that few variants, we have taken a note of few variants wherein maybe the member countries can deliberate upon. The examples are ground peanut, peanut butter, and the peanut with butter. Since there was some discussion in the last session about few variants, so these variants we have taken it for deliberation by the member countries, whether to be included as RT peanut or not. Hence, the calculation has been done in such a way that by including these variants as well as exclusion of these variants. So 2 proposals we are having. The total data, it is ranging from 8.33 microgram per kg, and for Brazil it was coming to 44.27, while for Thailand 6.06, and for India it was 14.10. Next, please. So like I was mentioning about the inclusion of the variants, this ground peanut, peanut butter, and peanut with butter, if you are excluding the data of these three variants, the range would be coming from 6.062 onwards microgram per kg. But if you are including these three variants, it would be coming from 8.33 microgram per kg onwards. So in both ways, we are seeing that it is starting from either 6 or 8 to 44.275 or 14.01. However, there is already a maximum level set for the further processing under the Codex, which is only 15 microgram per kg. So we believe that the RTE category should have a lower maximum level. And secondly, there is a maximum level which has been set for the RTE tree nut, which is 10 microgram per kg, which is more or less syncing with the data available with us after the analysis. So hence, the proposal is being kept before the committee with the maximum level for 10 microgram per kg. Thank you.
So thank you, India. So before we commence the discussion, I would like to note that, as the committee will recall, this work was extended for 1 year at CCCF18 to allow for its completion by 2025, so at this meeting. So before we go into the ML discussion, are there any questions for clarification? European Union, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and so I also thanks the work done by India as chair and the United States as co-chair of the electronic working group to prepare this document. We have some questions as regards, because in the presentation you indicated that you have indeed used all data available in the GEMS food database. But we can see in the document, particularly also in the table 2, we see that there apparently the data used relate to 2014, 2015 and 2016. And well, I would be very surprised if indeed no data were available from after 2016 in the GEMS food database. So that is in fact, I think, a first point for clarification. Well, another point is, of course, in the tables 1, 3 and 4, well, there is indeed an indication of, in table 1, on ranges for different types of peanut products. And then we have in table 3 and 4 the means of data points from different regions, with then also specific country-based means. But it would be appropriate also for clarification to have explicit mentioning on the basis of how many samples that was, because of course it is important to have a bit on the reliability of the means, is to know if it is based upon 10 samples or of 100 samples or of 1,000. So that would have been appropriate to have been added. So these are some comments as regards the analysis of the data, but our main comment is why no data later than 2016 have been considered. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. India, could you clarify?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This data which has been taken up for the analysis is the data provided by the GEMS administrator, and that has been taken as such. Second, about the data, yes, we have taken the complete mean of that, and it's not about any particular reduction has been made on it. I would say that it's 100%.
Thank you. Is the clarification for EU enough?
Well, I understand what has been said as answer, but I'm still wondering, well, of course, if the data have been provided by the GEMS Food Database Administrator, but I'm very surprised that there would be no data be available in the GEMS Food Database after 2016. We are in 2025. So I think that's okay if it would be from last year, that I can understand, from 2 years, but okay, we are speaking here of a period of 10 years. So that would be very surprising if there would be no data available from the last 10 years. Thank you.
India? You say there is no data in the GEMS base.
This is the data, yes, we have received officially from the food administrator.
Okay, thank you, India. So the WHO will follow up on this to see what went wrong, because we do believe there is more data, but we have to check. So this will be, well, probably within time frame, an hour? It can't be a year, though. Okay, are there any other questions for clarification? Brazil, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brazil provided data in the last JACFA call for data, and we have a lot of non-detect results. And coming back to our results, we don't see how the mean could be 44 micrograms per kilogram. So we want to a clarification on how this mean was calculated and how non-detects were handled by the electronic working group. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. India, could you clarify?
Yes, the data of Brazil has been taken up, and I would say it was this mean was, the mean for Brazil was coming to 44.275 of the total figures, data sets available for these 3 years.
Brazil?
No, we have submitted data from several years, 2013, 14, 15, 16, until 2024, and we do not arrive at the same mean considering the database that we submitted. So,
okay, thank you. So this is an inconsistency on your part. Yes, we have Canada. Canada, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also we would like to thank India for their work on this, but we did have a question about the, in paragraph 9, there's a comment saying that the data on imported peanuts have been discarded as they could be monitored data. And so this, we're not sure that this should be this way. And for example, in Canada, we are not a peanut producer. We did submit data though. So does that mean that all of our data was excluded?
So India, could you specify what has been included and excluded?
Yes, thank you. Exclusion has also is done for the first imported data, and amongst the variants, it's only 3 categories which I have mentioned: the ground peanut, peanut butter, and the peanut with butter. Otherwise, the data available has been taken up.
Canada, is this sufficient for your question?
I'm not sure I completely understood that. So you're saying it was only certain subcategories that were excluded, not whole data sets? Just because in paragraph 9 it does state that the data on imported peanuts have been discarded. So that seems all encompassing.
The whole database has been taken up. For these 3 categories, we have given both the options. One is as inclusion, and the other one is if it's going to be excluded. But in all the data, the complete exclusion has been made only for the imported data.
Okay.
Yeah.
So could I suggest then that maybe that section be modified to reflect what you just...
Yes, thank you. So it's specifically some parts in the imported peanuts which has been discarded and not whole batches of imported peanuts. Is this correct, India? Okay, so this...
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Yes, did you get it? Yeah? I have the USA. USA, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to India. And I have a question about an issue that was raised last year. There was agreement that the GEMS food coordinator would work with the chair to clarify whether previously submitted data on peanuts, raw peanuts were ready to eat or for further processing. So my question is, was this process carried out? Were we able to get confirmation on previous data? I understand all those data might not have been included, but we do have the 2014 to 2016 data, and there was that stipulation last year that there would be an attempt to clarify the origin of the data. Thank you.
Thank you, USA. Could you clarify, India?
Since this was a discussion during the last session, the same we have mentioned to the GEMS administrator while retrieving the data. Giving reference to the earlier data, there were 2 discussions. One is to rectify the data and categorize them, whether they are falling under the RTE or not. Second is to call for the fresh data. So this data which has been provided is afterwards. So we believe that after carrying out this exercise, only the administrator has provided this information too.
Did you check? Because you say you think, but did you check?
Yeah, because there is a remark column which is added in this one which says about RTE or not also. This is in line with the earlier discussion.
Okay. USA?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, India. I'm still not clear on the answer to the question. Did the GEMS Food Administrator confirm with countries whether previously submitted data were ready to eat or for further processing?
Yeah, India, could you, do you know the answer?
That might maybe GEMS administrator can confirm because there is a column for remarks and wherein it's mentioned as RTE also.
Mois? Okay. Okay. So WHO is going to check and has requested for 15 minutes to check on the data set and also with the GEMS administrator. So some of these questions will be reverted back to you. So we have Jamaica. Jamaica, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to see clarification on the table 3. A range of peanuts is listed, but raw peanut ready to eat and peanut ready to eat. I'm just seeking clarification. What's the difference? I don't understand. If that could be clarified for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Jamaica. India, could you clarify?
Yeah, the table 3 is only for the countries which are falling under the PAHO category. And the table 4, it's for the CRO. And within this, the description which is given on point number J, it clearly says about the variance within this region and in the available data and whatever has been taken up as RT also. The same goes with the Roman number I, wherein for the PAHO, the individual variants of the peanut and its peanut variants are mentioned, and what has been taken up for under the RT category also.
Thank you. Jamaica, does this clarify for you?
Yes, Madam Chair, I don't know what is, I'm not clear. What is the difference, even though the data is collected in that manner? What is the difference between peanut and raw peanut ready to eat? That's just the clarification I need. I'm not that explanation.
India? So the raw peanut and the peanut ready to eat. What is the differentiation from it?
Yeah, it's basically the raw peanut can be taken up as both as RT and also for the peanut for further processing. But if it's mentioned under the RT category, that has been taken up for analysis and otherwise not. This was in line with the last session's discussions.
Is a definition. Okay, Jamaica?
Yeah, I don't wish to delay the session for that, but I still am not clear, but it's okay. She must know.
Okay, thank you, Jamaica. I have Turkey.
Thank you, Chair. Turkey welcomes and appreciates the work chaired by India and co-chaired by the United States of America. Turkey considers that there are significant gaps in that data analysis. For example, in the document, the ML recommendation is based on mean results rather than 95 percentile values. Moreover, there is no statistic for 95 percentile. On the other hand, as already mentioned, it is not clear whether the evaluated data belong to RTEs. It appears from the document that the possible ML of 95 percentile would be well above the Codex limit of 15 microgram per kilogram for further processing. The possible ML for 95 percentile is estimated to be around 50 microgram per kilogram. Again, a possible ML for 10 microgram per kilogram is estimated to correspond to 90 percentile. Based on occurrence data in between 2021 and 2024, a number of more than 3,000 samples from Turkey, the rejection rate is 9.7% when ML is 10 microgram per kilogram. At the 90 and 95 percentile, there is significant difference between the possible MLs. Turkey believes that as a general approach, it is fair to comply with the 5% rejection point if there are no consumer health concern when establishing ML. In light of the extremely high potential ML at 95 percentile, the ML set in Codex for further processing is 15 microgram per kilogram, and the importing countries' concerns regarding about consumer health, it might be considered to set ML for ready-to-eat peanuts at 10 microgram per kilogram, but it corresponds to 90 percentile. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Turkey, for this statement. I have Egypt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Egypt recommended the postpone making a decision on it as the analysis method used in the document is unclear. Thank you.
Thank you, Egypt. Thank you also for this consideration. But as I stated in the beginning, we have been postponing this work a lot of years. So, well, it's on the plenary, but I'm hesitant about that one. I have Canada on the list. Please, Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize, maybe I should have been a little more inclusive in all of my comments at the start, but there were a couple of additional things that I did want to just flag. So one being that paragraph 14A does state that only the data for only total aflatoxins and peanut products was considered. I know Canada submitted the individual congeners, so that the total aflatoxin levels can be calculated from that. And then when we go on to paragraph 14G, the list of countries who have submitted data is provided, but Canada is missing from that list as well. And so there's several things now that I'm not quite clear why our data would have been excluded. It seems like it could have been for a variety of reasons. We also noticed that the data range only went from 2014 to 16. So was it because of that? Was it because of some of the other the reasons I've mentioned? A little bit of clarity, I guess, is what we're looking for.
India, could you clarify why Canada is not being included in this document?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we have received data of 7 countries wherein the data of Canada was not there. From the PAHO, we have received only for USA and Brazil.
Canada?
I appreciate the response. I still am a little bit confused how this.
Okay. Well, that's not a question, so we take it as a notion. Kenya, please go ahead, Kenya.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. We want to echo the concerns of EU on data used being not very recent. And I would like to say that Kenya, in its efforts to provide data towards the conclusions of CAC 45, where members were encouraged to provide data to allow revision of the then adopted MLs for aflatoxins in certain foods, including cereals, Kenya submitted data to James Food, including data for peanuts, which we find lacking in this summary. Maybe it was late to be considered, or otherwise we do not know why it is not considered in this work. And we would like maybe a clarification, because data was submitted in January this year to James Food, and it was confirmed by WHO that it has been uploaded. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. India?
Yes, we have noted the comments of Kenya, but again, I would like to mention that Kenya's data wasn't there in the list, in the data given by this, shared by GEMS administrator to us. And maybe if time permits, if we can have this data and GEMS administrator can have a look of this categorization for RT as per the decisions, and then this can be taken up if so, if it's agreeable.
Thank you. Senegal, please go ahead.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, de nous avoir donné la parole. Je tiens d'abord à féliciter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving us the floor. First of all, I wish to thank the Electronic Working Group in the United States concerning the work that was accomplished. I would like to ask a question for clarification with regard to basic criteria. I would like that led to the proposal of 10 micrograms per kilogram, because we were able to observe that this was not presented in the report. And generally, the basic criteria are the level of rejection and exposure, which make it possible to have various maximum limits, which would make it possible to opt for 10 micrograms per kilogram. This was not presented in the report. Was this included in the method, or were other means used in order to arrive at these conclusions?
India, did you get the question?
If it is repeated, it would be great, because I missed the first part of it.
Okay. Could you repeat the question, Senegal?
What I was asking what the basic criteria were used to select a maximum limit of 10 micrograms per kilo, because generally there are several choices that are used in various scenarios, and also the level of rejection for maximum limits, but also exposure and other criteria to make these choices. This may have been done, but we find no trace of it in the document itself. It was not explained.
India?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. The calculation was done purely on the main basis, and not exclusively on this intake or anything, but nevertheless, we have just given a reference to the earlier assessment on a hypothetical assessment which has been done in the past, referring to the 4, 8, 10 and the 15 microgram per kg, which is mentioned already in point number 15. However, we just wanted to make sure two things. One is the ML for the RTE should be lower than for the peanuts for further processing, because that makes sense. And secondly, based on this data analysis, it was coming to the data was coming close to between 8 and 14 microgram per kg. So since there is already a maximum level for ready-to-eat tree nuts, and the same definition also we have applied in case of peanut also. Hence, we have arrived to a proposal that along with the definition even for the ML also, 10 microgram per kg can be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Senegal, is this for answering your question?
Voilà, c'est bon, je pense que je vais m'en contenter, mais l'objectif c'était surtout de voir.
Well, I think I'm going to have to be satisfied with it, but I wanted to know what the variations was, because in the for the third session it was mentioned that there was no difference from a sanitary point of view between 10, 15, etc. micrograms, and with regard to the level or the rate of rejection, could base ourselves on the other figure, because it was multiplied by 2 in range between 15 and 20%.
Thank you. We have Japan, USA, and Indonesia. I'm just checking with the head table. So we would like to check with WHO because they're now going into an answer, but that we do in the head table to see what we can deliver to you as an answer from WHO. So that or I request for you to get a coffee break. So you can get coffee, tea, juices. I think that is it. Maybe some water also. And we'll see you in 10 minutes' time. Okay. So, thank you for getting back to us. And actually, these are the topics where I'm living for, because that challenges me as a chair. So thank you for it. And we had a good discussion at the head table. And I will read out what we have agreed upon on the head table to see where the plenary can go ahead with it and India. So it has been confirmed that something went wrong with data collection and somehow an incomplete data set has been delivered to India. And for that, we apologize. So we, on this head table, take responsibility, and in view of that, we discontinue this discussion now, and we ask the committee to task the JECFA Secretariat to review all the data and come up with a full analysis whether there is a feasibility of drawing an ML. And we bring a working paper to CCCF18 to discuss it in plenary, and we will decide then on a way forward. So this is actually what I would like to say. That was a dot at the end of the sentence. So are there any, or are we in agreement? Oh, USA?
Thank you for the clarification, Chair. Before our short break, I was going to point out that there were a number of very good questions, and these could have been potentially addressed in the EWG if we had followed the terms of reference that were laid out last year to consider 2 drafts in the EWG and to consult EWG members on data review. So in light of the fact that the lateness of the paper and that this review wasn't possible, I think that is a factor that weighs against continuing the discussion, because this could have been noticed and corrected earlier in the year. So that is would be my first thought on your new proposal. But I also would like clarification on if a JECFA evaluation is done next year. For next year, would that be to propose a new ML or just to potentially set up a new EWG in the future? Thank you.
So it's only to address the feasibility of an ML, so then there will be a need. If we think there is enough data and it is feasible, then there is a need to start again working on a new ML. So it doesn't end at the next CCCF, at least, if we think it's feasible. So, and in regard to that, we made a proposal. Is your counter proposal to discontinue?
We think it would be reasonable to discontinue, just given how long the work has continued, and given that the terms of reference have not been followed. So yes, that would be our counter proposal. Of course, new work can also be considered in the future, really at any time, but the CCCF agenda is already huge, and we've given a lot of time to this project, and so far we don't have an outcome to end it. So considering that amount of investment of time already and our heavy agenda, I think it would be reasonable to have an alternate proposal of discontinuing the work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You say you put down a counter proposal, so I can see if somebody would like to also amend this counter proposal. Well, we had a proposal to take up the work on our side, yet we can also choose for discontinuation. Thailand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thailand support your proposal to have the data evaluated by JECFA because we think that we have been working with this one for long, almost 10 years. Perhaps we could spend another year for analysis of the data and hope that next meeting we can come out with the better proposal to work with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Thailand. Egypt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Egypt agree with discontinue and postpone to the next CCCF.
Thank you, Egypt. Then we go to Qatar.
Yes, Qatar support the proposal made by the United States.
Yes, so to discontinue, correct, Qatar?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Are there any other views? European Union.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although we have also no objection to your proposal, can live with that. Another option could be indeed to discontinue this current work on the ML, and then of course see with indeed with the full database that could be then, and indeed with a clear separation, because this has been issues always in the past between ready to eat and intended for further processing, that this could be on the forming the new database. All the considerations we had over the past 8 years been tried to be built in a discussion paper to really have this a fresh start, but with a good start, so that then we can finalize it, because based upon the discussions we had in the past years, it's not clear if, even if indeed we have then next year a full database, if we will be indeed in a position to conclude within a short time on an appropriate maximum level for ready-to-eat peanuts. So it could be the point to say, okay, let's discontinue now the setting of ML, and then see when there is indeed within 1 or 2 or 3 years sufficient basis on a discussion paper to resume and to start the new work on an ML based upon indeed an I would say elaborated discussion paper, good informed data analysis, good separation of the data between ready to eat and further intended for further processing, so that we on that basis can conclude within a reasonable time. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. I have Uruguay. Uruguay.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Uruguay does acknowledge the fact that this work has taken a lot of time. 10 years have gone past. It may well be the right thing to support the US in their proposal of putting an end to this work for the time being. It may well be that in the next few years we can continue to work on it, also on the base of the Code of Good Practices that is also being worked on. Thank you.
Thank you, Uruguay. I can see India. India, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we have noted about the suggestion. Our only concern is since this work has started, and part of it I would say that the definition of the RTE peanuts is also done. And so if the proposed suggestion like a discontinuation of the work, how it is going to affect the further work, even if it is going to come up as a new work, because it's a major part, the data analysis, the compilation and the data analysis, which would be which has to be taken up in the upcoming days, maybe once this data correction has been made and it is available for analysis. That is number one. Second is we know that yes, the Code of Practices, the revision is also simultaneously going on, and this would help even the other producer countries also to take up this. But till that time, will it be possible for to take up this work as a continuation once this data is rectified, and make sure that yes, whatever whichever countries have submitted the data that has been taken up for the analysis.
So the discontinuation doesn't mean you do not submit data. Data submission still be there. Yet there is some discussion on how to organize or reorganize the database, specifically on these topics. And also this will be addressed in item 14 by the EU, but also addressed by the WHO itself. We do not have that answer now. So it remains a challenge. Yeah. Is this for you okay?
Yeah, well noted. Just one more thing, because there is an associated sampling plan also along with this one, so I believe that maybe that also would be considered. Yeah.
Yeah, that is correct. The sampling plan is actually in conjunction with an ML, and if the ML is, if we discontinue an ML, the sampling plan also will not be there. Yeah, that's correct.
Thanks.
Senegal, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Senegal suggests to discontinue the work until the final version and the implementation of the revised Code of Practice for the prevention of aflatoxin and contamination. In the meantime, we'll have new occurrence data submitted to GEMS Food that will coincide with the definition for ready-to-eat peanuts. Thank you.
I don't have any other. I have INC. INC, please take the floor. Just wait a minute. We do have to have the sound. Does anybody has a microphone for INC?
know at that place how they're able to hear.
You can hear me online, but not in the room.
I don't know about the room.
No,
but
we can hear you now.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Yes. Anyway, thank you to the chair for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the INC. I had prepared a statement today on behalf of the INC, which represents the global nut and dried fruit industry with more than 900 member countries across the world. And we had intended to express our opposition to the proposed ML of 15, the proposed ML of 10, and support at the very lowest an ML of 15. But given the circumstances, we'd just like to say that going forward, if this work is to continue, we feel it's very important that any decision be made on the basis of scientific information and a full data set, and in particular, that any data set should be fully representative with all countries included, as this was one of our issues with the data presented in the working document, that it was not representative of the producing countries worldwide. And we also feel that it's important to have a data set of at least 10 years in order for a good decision to be made. And that's all. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, ENC. I have Zambia. Please go ahead, Zambia.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Excuse me. Zambia supports the call for discontinuation of the work in order to allow for submission of data and get the data to be reviewed, and it also call for refining of the work. So in this view, we may need to have new work on this particular submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Zambia. I can see Morocco. Morocco, please go ahead.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Morocco would also like to discontinue, or rather suspend the work, because we need to finalize the code of practice before we start the discussion on the maximum level. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Morocco. I have the African Union. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And the African Union thought that your conclusion was brilliant in the sense that we discontinue work, allow countries to implement the code of practice, but at the same time continue to open the window for the submission of data. Hopefully we get geographically representative data. JECFA can later on look at this data and make a recommendation on the feasibility of establishing an ML. So just to support the conclusions that you had made, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, African Union. I can see another from the UFROST. Oh, UFROST. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The International Union of Food Science and Technology, IOFOST, also supports the proposal that is being right now portrayed, which is really to discontinue the work for the development of this ML, considering that there is already an ML that is adopted in Codex for aflatoxins in peanut destined for further processing. And the matter may indeed be further revisited in the future, with a longer period being given to the implementation of the code of practice to reduce aflatoxins in peanuts, and the possible availability of new data that is generated and recorded in accordance with the definition proposed for ready-to-eat peanut as agreed at CCCF18. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I will state a conclusion from all of your comments. We, at the CCCF, agree to discontinue work on the ML of ready-to-eat peanuts, aflatoxins in ready-to-eat peanuts, and allow the implementation of the Code of Practice to do its work and to see whether new data can be generated to proceed in maybe a new ML in the near future. Taking into account that we look at the database at WHO to see whether we can have more specifically data allocated to ready-to-eat peanuts. Brazil?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have no comments on your conclusion, but we would like that the report reflect our position that the results from Brazil there are inconsistencies in the document presented regarding the Brazilian data submitted to GEMS Food. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So that was been the comments earlier, and that will be stated in the report. Okay. So for this, thank you for this agreement of the conclusion. We also have to inform the CCXEC and CAC of this decision, so that it will be noted also in the report. So with this, I conclude this item, but I will still thank India for all the hard work and put all the efforts in it to present it and have this actually drawn to our attention. That is really difficult discussion, and I think the energy you put into it, thank you very much for it. So with that, I would like to continue with item number 6. Code of Practice for the Prevention and Reduction of Cadmium Contamination in Food. The relevant documents are projected on the screen, and the proposed COP was prepared by the United States of America, and we have also CRD 26 with the editorial changes to the document and revised recommendation. So could USA please introduce the discussion paper and the recommendations?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the members of the EWG and the larger committee for providing information to support this work. So this is the Code of Practice for the Prevention and Reduction of Cadmium Contamination in Foods. Given that we had a physical working group yesterday, this presentation will primarily summarize what came out of that, which can be found in CRD 26. Next slide, please. Just as a way of brief background, at CCCF18, it was agreed to start new work on a code of practice for the prevention and reduction of cadmium in foods. The electronic working group, chaired by the United States, considered 2 drafts of the COP, which reflected comments received in response to the circular letter from 2024 and in the EWG. The committee provided comments on that draft COP in response to the circular letter issued this year. So here, I'm going to go through the summary of responses from the circular letter. In addition, as the chair mentioned, there are a number of comments received through CRDs, which will be addressed in the electronic working group should this committee continue its work in the coming year. So there was general support for the overall structure and content of the draft Code of Practice, with edits proposed. With regard to Seaweed Annex 1, there was support from Australia, Brazil, Chile, Ghana, Kenya, New Zealand, Thailand, and the USA. Japan and Singapore stated that there was insufficient information, with Japan suggesting integrating the information into the general body of the Code of Practice. With regards to Annex 2 for rice, there was support from Chile, Ghana, Japan, Kenya, Singapore, Thailand, UAE, and the United States. Next slide, please. There were suggestions for other commodities to be addressed in the annexes. Egypt proposed grains such as wheat and its derivatives, vegetables, fruits, and legumes. Kenya proposed leafy vegetables, pulses and legumes, wheat and maize. New Zealand proposed cereal and cereal products, for example, wheat and barley, and shellfish. With regards to the code of practice for cadmium and cocoa beans, there was support for creating an annex in this COP from Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Ecuador, Egypt, Honduras, Kenya, New Zealand, Singapore, UAE, and ICU MSA. There's also support for including this code of practice in the annex, but with a lag time, with Japan suggesting integrating it into the COP in 5 years, and IAEA proposing to consider its integration closer to finalization of the code of practice. Ghana did not support including the cadmium code of practice as an annex to this work. Also, Canada proposed that separate codes of practice be developed for rice and seaweed to address trace elements more broadly with overlapping prevention and control measures. So during the physical working group, input was requested on several items. First, the seaweed annex, where it was proposed to continue development of this annex and no objections were raised. With regard to additional commodities for annex development, it was proposed that additional information be gathered to determine if additional annex should be developed, including for wheat, and this should be addressed in the electronic working group with its decision at CCCF18. India supported development of a wheat annex. Singapore noted that for seaweed and cereals and cereal products, there were a limited number of mitigation measures, and these could be incorporated into the main body of the COP, but Singapore could support development of this work as annexes if it should proceed. The EU commented that it considered that there is sufficient information on seaweed and rice to support annexes. With regard to the proposal for trace elements in separate COPs for seaweed and rice, this proposal could be raised as new work as it is outside of the terms of reference for the cadmium code of practice. Next slide, please. So with regard to the proposed recommendations, to reestablish this EWG to further develop the code of practice based on guidance provided by CCCF18 with the intent to achieve step 5 next year based on available information. If agreed to by this committee, to continue development of rice and seaweed annexes, to incorporate the code of practice on cocoa beans into an annex when the general provisions applicable to all foods in the main body of the code of practice are more complete, and to request the Codex Secretariat to issue a circular letter to request additional information on general and commodity-specific mitigation measures, including for wheat and/or commodities that receive support from CCCF. Next slide, please. In response to these proposed recommendations, Japan noted that mitigation measures for the COP should be applicable and available worldwide and effective across different production scales. The EU commented that they would prefer to not incorporate the cadmium in cocoa code of practice as an annex because of concerns regarding opening discussion on the cadmium in cocoa code of practice while it is being implemented. The Codex Secretariat intervened, stating that the preference of the Commission was the drafting of general standards that contain commodity-specific annexes, and that the most important question for the committee is when this annex would be incorporated into the body of the COP. Thank you.
So thank you, USA. Are there any questions for clarification? No? So then we go for the first recommendation put down by the USA to re-establish the electronic working group to further develop the CLP based on the guidance provided by this committee, CCCF18, with the intent to achieve step 5 next year based on the available information. Are we in agreement with this recommendation? So, thank you very much. So if we are agreed with this recommendation, then we continue. Are we in agreement with the recommendation to continue the development of rice and seaweed annexes? Yes, we are. Are we in agreement to incorporate the COP on cocoa beans into an annex when the general provisions applicable to all foods in the main body of the COP are more complete? African Union, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We are not in disagreement, we only seek clarification. So concerning this, we would like to know what conversion of the COP into an annex means. Does it mean opening the discussions or just transforming it into an annex without opening discussions? I think if you could clarify that, that would help.
It's the latter. This does not need to open discussion, it's just incorporating. Thank you for your question, for clarification. Then we continue. Are we in agreement to request the Codex Secretariat to issue a circular letter to request additional information on general and commodity-specific mitigation measures, including for wheat and or commodities that receive support from CCCF? So much agreement in the room. So I think we come then to all the recommendations. So I will conclude. We agree with the general content and structure of the CUP in as having general provision applicable to all foods based on the guidance provided. Oh, sorry, I will read from the recommendation. It is easier for me. We agree to re-establish the electronic working group to further develop the COP based on guidance provided by us with the intent to achieve step 5 next year. So we return the COP at step 2-3. We agree to continue developing the annexes for rice and seaweed. We agreed to incorporate the COP on cocoa beans into an annex for when the general provision applicable to all foods in the main body of the COP are more complete. And we agreed to request the Codex Secretariat to issue a circular letter to solicit further information. on general and commodity-specific mitigation measures, including for wheat and the commodities that receive support from CCCF. And I think I've covered it all, but I'm looking to my right. So that was the conclusion. So the Codex Secretariat would like to have some specifics on the circular letter. So I'm also looking at the USA. For the other commodities, could you clarify which kind of commodities you would like to have in the circular letter so we can address this also in this report? Other than wheat?
Thank you, Chair. Well, in addition to wheat, I think we could suggest some of the other commodities that were suggested by the 3 countries proposed. And I also think it is worthwhile requesting additional information to support the general code of practice. So
it's more in general, asking for information to support the COP?
with specific information targeting a few commodities that were suggested by member countries. Yes.
So that's in your presentation? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. We take out the information from the slides. Is this okay for the USA? So it's in slide number, oh, I don't know the number. It's on the screen, on the second bullet. Is this okay to take that up? In the CL, so it's for the circular letter.
That is fine, but I think if we want more specifics, there's another slide that responded to the circular letter comments where there were specific commodities suggested by 3 member countries.
Yeah. Okay, we see it now. We take this one also up. Okay, that's good. Thank you. So we note that also in the report that we take from these slides the specific considerations. USA, do you still have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We would like to seek clarification that there's agreement not to reopen substantive conversations about the Cocoa Code of Practice, but to note that some content may be removed because it is duplicative of information contained in the general body of the Code of Practice.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So with this, I would like to conclude item number 6. And I have still an hour on the clock. which I was not ready for because France, I was looking at France and France said, well, and he's still saying, well, do you think you can come forward?
We can make a start of it, yes.
Yeah, that would be nice. I suggest you take 3/4 of an hour. That is quite nice because it's actually the same timing you get in the inside session. And then the inside session will be, well, no, shortened.
But also
I think that will be, I think I will retract that one so everybody can take lunch break somewhat longer.
Well,
I do think we should reward plenary.
I'm not sure that we will be able to finish today, so...
Oh, but you have still in plenary, you have some timing.
Okay.
Yeah, but you should reward plenary that they would like to sit in with you now.
Okay,
yeah. So I do invite you to the head table, Frans.
Yeah.
So Frans will guide us through item number 14. It is an in-session working group. So it's not actually part of plenary, so we won't go in any conclusions or whatsoever, but it's more to tease you into the good discussion which we will be having probably on Wednesday, but it's to, well, pave the way to get some good conclusions and agreements on Wednesday.
Forwarding the documents to Giuseppe so that he can... okay, that's it. Let's see if I have the right one. Saved here. Sure. Attach. And that's it. Okay, and now send. Without subject, sent anyway. Yeah. Let's hope it works. Should work out, yes. He's sending it, but that takes time. Yeah, it should be. Well, I can't drink from the bottle, but no, it's just a glass of fresh glasses. Okay. It's a fresh one. That's okay.
I might have breathed on it, but I didn't.
No, but that's okay. That's okay. That's okay.
Send it to me, Frans.
I send it to you, Giuseppe. Yeah, you are Giuseppe.
Yes, as far as I know.
You see, send it to Giuseppe.
Okay, got it now.
Ah, yes. Okay. Huh? Well, I could give you my stick, but that's maybe not allowed. Ah, shit. I can use this also. Is that? Yeah, that's it. Okay, yeah. So indeed, continuing, thank you for giving me the floor. And so, first of all, this is a joint work done by, indeed, the EU as chair, but mainly also because of, indeed, the many valuable contributions from my co-chairs, United States of America, the Netherlands, and Japan. And so, in fact, the aim of the discussions is to be able to recommend to the CCCF18 to endorse the main part of the guidance on data analysis for development of maximum levels and for improved data collection provided in Appendix 1. Another point which was mentioned is indeed to clarify is the roles of JECFA and CCF as risk assessor and risk manager, respectively, in the calculation of dietary exposure reduction rates when considering MLs, and to which extent preliminary exposure assessment from the target commodity can also be conducted as reference information in electronic working groups tasked with recommending MLs if resources are available. And I propose that we discuss this point when we go through the document, and it is in paragraph 157, so that then we discuss this issue then, because this is related to the impact on exposure of hypothetical MLs. And then, of course, we can consider further work on the annexes to the main part of the guidance provided in the appendix. We have to discuss, okay, which are the annexes, if we indeed want to continue the work on it, which annexes would get priority, should their annexes be combined, and particularly the annexes 3 and 5, and indeed, what is the timeline for further work? During the discussions, because we discussed this already now also a few years, we have also identified indeed a number of issues for further discussion, and maybe also there we should see which are the topics which are, or the issues which needs further discussion for future inclusion in the guidance document. Next slide. So, as regards as I already said yesterday, the document has been uploaded on the Codex website on the 5th of June, but that was unfortunately too late to issue a circular letter for comments. But indeed, member countries were invited to make comments or through CRDs, of course, during this in-session group. We have received already through the CRDs specific comments on the text itself, on indeed from Thailand and India. So, and there are some minor proposals for review of the text to take into account these comments. We have also some general comments from China as regards indeed the GEMS food database template, and I propose then to take that and to also to have a discussion and to give an answer to that. And then we have indeed some indications of supporting indeed the endorsement for the main text, and also comments on further work on annexes and future topics. So I propose now to go through the text, because it is the aim that we go for finalization of this main part of the text, and it is taking, well, maybe 160 paragraphs, so it might be hopefully not too many comments raised during the meeting. So, but first of all, indeed, if you can share the document. Yeah, okay. See the document, yeah. Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, not yet. Okay, so as you can see, there is a table of contents with all paragraphs. Let's go through because there were no comments on this. So with the annexes. So there is one issue, and as you can see through the document, I highlighted them in yellow. Of course, in the main part of the text, we have indeed several references to the annexes. Of course, when we agree on having an endorsement of the main part and then to have further work on annexes, and then the annexes are not yet part of the document, it is clear that we cannot make any references. So we will then have to propose to delete the references, but possibly, okay, we have to keep this document as a reserve when indeed the annexes are finalized, that we then reintegrate the references to the annexes once the annexes are also agreed upon. So maybe going through the document, so are there any comments as regards the preamble? So this is paragraph 1 to 7. So the document is CCCF18 for the reference, so yeah. See no flags. So then moving to the section data collection and submission, paragraphs 8 to 16. Are there any comments? Okay, okay. Maybe in waiting when the issue is solved, we can address the general comments made by China as regards the GEMS food database. So these comments are available in CRD 16. And so what is indeed raised by China's comments is to say, well, of course, while GEMS food provides robust foundational data for setting MLs, it faces significant limitations in supporting code of practice development. The database primarily captures isolated contaminant occurrence snapshots, for instance, raw material versus final product, but lacks structural fields too, and then trace processing contaminants, trace processing interventions. The current templates do not require data linking pre- and post-processing contaminant levels within the same batch. And that's correct, but we all know that in collecting data, while we try to make it as good as possible, we cannot make it perfect. And it is indeed nearly impossible to have in a database submission to have indeed linking data of indeed from the raw material and to have them the same batch processed and then having the contaminant level in the processed batch so that you have indeed an exact figure on how the processing had reduced the contamination. So I take that point, that would be appropriate, but I don't see the feasibility to include that as such in the GEMS food database. And that's the same as the second comment on as regards the quantify of the code of practice efficiency. So indeed, without paired data, it is impossible to statistically analyze the impact of interventions like sorting, washing, or thermal treatment. That's indeed true to a certain extent, but there we do rely not particularly on individual data submitted to the GEMS food database, on the effect as regards indeed the different processing steps on the presence of contaminant. That is indeed more the topic of indeed research studies, scientific articles, where indeed you can find this level of reduction through certain processing steps. And I think it is not feasible to capture that in a database. The same also as regards indeed, and that's also highlighted in the guidance document, while it is indeed appropriate that the data submitted to the GEMS food database do reflect good agricultural practices, good manufacturing practices. It is not possible once the data are submitted, and it's the responsibility of the submitter to indeed have indeed some have some guarantees that the data reflect that. But once submitted, then we have no possibility anymore to verify to which extent these data have been effectively only generated through application of good agricultural practices. So that would be, while I think the points raised by China are valid points, I do not see how this could be captured within the GEMS food database template by the submission of data. A number of issues will have to be addressed through scientific research and specific targeted looking into how much is indeed a certain processing step, reducing the level, and to publish that and to take that into account when we are developing code of practices and when we are discussing maximum levels, but not through the GEMS food database. Yeah. Who is asking for the floor? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we are back. Okay. I thought that you said. So that is this general comment. So we can now come back to the specific points. So then filling out the GEMS food template. So there, as I already mentioned also yesterday, so in fact we have already been a bit proactive, and indeed, also in order to improve the data submission and the data collection and improve the use of the data for the setting of MLs, we have proposed some changes to the GEMS food database template. With also the discussion, the changes are indeed sometimes just changing of words, additional comments, additional flags. So all these points, these were already considered also by the GEMS food database administrator as easily implementable. And so they are in the document CCCF18, they are mentioned in single brackets and in blue. And then there were also some more substantial additions and changes which require more fundamental change of the GEMS food database template. And while indeed recognizing the appropriateness of it by also the GEMS food database administrator, it was indicated that this would require a more fundamental update of the GEMS food database template, and that could only be performed in a second phase. So these are the two indeed phases of the differences. So you can see these are all blue, which were indeed initially planned to be easily implementable, and in fact initially planned to be already implemented prior to CCF18. The pink ones were indeed, or the purple ones were indeed planned to be implemented only at a later stage. Unfortunately, due to also resource issues, the blue changes, the easily implementable, were not able to be implemented prior to CCF18. So in this guidance document, they remain as such, and then of course we will have to, once indeed, and maybe the WHO representative can maybe give us information on the planning from WHO as regards the update of the GEMS food database template according to what was agreed already last year in CCF17. First Canada. Okay, sorry.
Thank you very much, Chair. This may have been explained previously, but we were really just looking for a bit of clarification. So in columns O and P, which refer to the LOD and LOQ, so the current GEMS food template has already been requiring that both the LOD and the LOQ are mandatory when results are not provided, and submitters have already been including both. And so therefore, we would like clarification on why the LOD column is being proposed as optional in the future. And also in column O, the term not quantified is different from not detected. Non-detects is below the LOD, and so we're just looking for some clarification on this.
Thank you. Well, and Lauren from US can correct me or indeed compliment me. So indeed, currently it is indicated that it is the LOD is mandatory for results not quantified, and if indeed the LOQ is not provided. And now it is also mentioned for the LOQ that mandatory for results not quantified if LOD is not provided. And now we would indeed, the change would be that in future the LOQ would be indeed mandatory, and indeed the LOD would then be optional. And that is that was following the discussion that we need indeed the LOQ would be mandatory, and we would also change then the order, and that is also highlighted in the text later on. Once indeed these changes would be implemented, that then also the order would be changed, so the LOQ would come first, and it's indeed mandatory, and it's indeed that has to be filled in, and the LOD would then be optional. I don't know if indeed Lauren wishes to complement that. Yes?
Thank you, Franz. I think that this does reflect what was discussed at our BWG and the status of the GEMS database at that time. So it's possible that there have been some changes to the GEMS database since this was prepared. Perhaps that addresses Canada's question. But what's here reflects what was discussed and the status of the database when this report was prepared.
Yeah.
Now, about this putting LOD as mandatory, I think when you are looking at the data for maximum levels, doesn't matter. But remember that GEMS food is not only for deriving maximum level, it is used as well to have data for exposure assessment. And for exposure assessment, LOD will be interesting because we will limit the uncertainty when we do UB and LB calculation. So depending on the use, I agree, if it is mainly for maximum level, LOD doesn't matter too much, but for exposure, it will be interesting to keep it.
Thank you, but we keep it, but it's optional. So it's indeed, it's not that we do fully remove it. So for the, indeed, we make the LOQ, the change, proposed change is to make the LOQ mandatory and to have the LOD as an optional. And so if this is available, it can be provided and can be used, of course, for the risk assessments. But that has been, as Lauren said, as the outcome of the discussion. Thank you. Okay.
And just to remind members that there was a decision not to make both LOD and LOQ mandatory because certain countries did not provide that information routinely. referring to the EU, so maybe Franz wants to elaborate on that point. Thank you.
I think indeed, well, indeed, you know, in the GEMS food database, there are quite a lot of data indeed from the EU. And of course, if the LOD would be a requirement, then there would be a lot of data have to be removed from the GEMS food database. As indeed, within the EU, we have also from the EFSA database, we have the LOQ as a requirement and only the LOD, but we have also that the LOD is sometimes also reported, but it's an optional field in the EU database. Thank you.
And in the future, encourage to add LOD, but I want to, just for the message, what is the consequence of not having LOD? That is for exposure assessment will bring more uncertainty. So you need just to know this issue. And of course, LOK is mandatory. We keep it mandatory, and LOD try to how to encourage the submitter to add LODs.
No, I think it was really just that we were seeking clarification because we like internally we will occasionally use LODs like some fraction of them or whatever when there's missing data, and so we're fine. We really just wanted it to be clarified.
I wish to highlight that in paragraph 36, we have clearly said that the reporting of LOD is optional but encouraged. So that's there. So that's reflected. Yeah.
The possibility, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, WHO is committed to continue to administer GEMS food and put the resources to continue the maintenance of this database. But you know that GEMS food is becoming old, and the user interface gives some issue. And now you know the situation WHO is complicated. We need to wait until the end of the year to have a better vision about when we can implement the different changes. And we need to look at some changes, because we cannot continue with the old database to every time add small things. So sometimes it's better that we simplify the database in using new technologies that were not available 10 or 20 years ago, because now we have a lot of open sources that make the development of database much easier than we used to have before. So I think we'll try to use the new technology, new approach, but we need to have a certain vision before we start. So I think the implementation of the change on GEMS food cannot start before 2026, where our reorganization will be stabilized.
No, we're okay with that. It's for the greater good, I guess. So.
Thank you. So are there any other comments as regards indeed the GEMS food database template? So which brings us up to paragraph 52. Don't think the case. We have indeed already extensively discussed this. So then, as regards data extraction, paragraph 53 to 57. So there is also, well, this additional paragraph linked to the update of the GEMS food database. See no flags. Canada still the flag up? Yeah. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, thank you. So that brings us to the end of the first, in the previous one, section 1 of the document. So I see that we have indeed already finalized this. We come now to the section 2 and 3 combined, and the data selection and cleanup of the data. So are there any comments from paragraph 58 to 65? I don't see any. So moving on then to handling of data, paragraphs and missing information, paragraph 66 to 73. Yes, ICBA. Ah, yeah. Okay, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. ICBA is the International Council of Beverages Associations. We represent the global non-alcoholic beverage industry. ICBA wants to thank the European Commission, the USA, Japan, for the extensive work done in developing this document. We think excellent progress has been made over the past few years and numerous virtual working groups. So we just want to thank the various delegations for helping lead progress on this document. In terms of paragraph 72, and I believe the chair knows exactly what I'm going to say, paragraph 72, there's a reference to beverages, finished product beverages, and examples provided around raw grains and where it's appropriate to measure. And we think that beverages really is not an appropriate example to include in juxtaposition to raw grains because it's not quite relevant. And we're suggesting, while we appreciate the recognition, we believe it should be replaced with finished foods. So that's the request, to revise finished product beverages to make it more broadly applicable to finished foods. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Maya from ICBA. So I think, yes, we can accept this change. So for finished foods, yeah. Thank you. Then paragraph 74 to 77. Any comments? No. So then moving then to paragraph 78 to 81. Any comments? No. Then moving then to the section determination and handling of outliers extreme values. That's indeed paragraphs 82, 82, 82, 92. No. Then moving then to limit of quantification and limit of detection. So paragraph 93 to 96. No. Then sum of components and LOQ. That's only paragraph 97.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, ICBA, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, we had a comment for paragraph 94.
Yes, okay.
So this has to do with where no LOQ or LOD is provided for a specific data set. ICBA questions the appropriateness for the second bullet where it says in the case where the data set contains only quantified results, the data set could be used. And we don't believe that the data set could be used if no LOD or LOQ is provided, since there is no confidence in the data, regardless of whether it's quantified results. So we're suggesting deleting that second bullet altogether. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, in the point was made that when we have indeed a data set with only quantified results, that then, if indeed we are indeed lacking other data, it can be appropriate to take them into account. It's not an obligation, but I think we should not discard this possibility where we have a set of data with indeed where there is no LOQ or LOD provided, but all data are quantified results. So the point could, of course, there could be, and that is in the future, when we have indeed the LOQ requirement mandatory, then of course they could say, okay, we not all mandatory fields are filled in, we don't use the data, but in certain cases we are lacking information, and certainly when we are looking at individual foods, where indeed, like for instance this earlier this morning when we are today, that when we're discussing these maximum levels for lead in certain herbs, you have several herbs where you have a limited number of data. So if you have then a data set where at least there is only quantified results, I don't see any reason why you would not be able to use that for indeed setting the ML. But I do agree that we could maybe add the sentence that in the case where the data set contains nearly only quantified results, the data set could be used in case of insufficient other data. That we could eventually look at my co-chairs, if indeed that could be ICBA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So could we also include some additional wording there that if this data set were to be used and does not have an LOD or LOQ, that when this type of data set is used, it's clear that the LOD or LOQ were not provided, so that the members of the working group can appreciate the context around this data set.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we say the data set could be used in case of insufficient other data with the clear indication that for these data no LOQ/LOD was provided. USA, yes. Lauren?
Thank you, Chair. Now, this section was work chaired by Japan, so I would be interested in hearing their comments. But regarding the exclusion of data which is lacking in LOD or LOQ, since this wasn't required for data in the past, except for non-quantified values, I think that it was general discussion that we don't want to throw out old data unnecessarily. So we want to avoid language that is basically invalidating older data. That was the spirit, I think, in which we were reviewing data that didn't have an LOD or LOQ. If it's quantified, we still didn't want to throw it out completely.
Yes, that's all.
Thank you, Franz. Legacy data of James Food, quantified data is not mandatory LOD or LOQ. So, in my opinion, for the time being, second bit is keep, and in future, LOD or LOQ is mandatory. Second bit could be deleted. It's my opinion.
So you are of the opinion that it can be deleted, or?
In future.
In the future, yeah,
yes,
okay. But
LOQ is mandatory for James' template was updated.
Yeah, but that's indeed in the far future, because even after just updating the GEMS food database template, that will be for the newly submitted data. We have still historical data, and so maybe within, of course, we are using, let us say, traditionally 10-year-old data, sometimes longer, so that would be within, I would say, to be deleted within, at least within only 10 years, because we have to acknowledge that data maybe submitted last year might still follow the current template and not have the LOQ, LOD when they are quantified. Okay, so there are no further comments. I propose to keep it like this. I think it addresses also the comment as made by ICBA. So then moving on to the, well, we had already the sum of components, so we come now to the data analysis and generating overview of the data, and that's indeed paragraph 98 up to 104, and there we had received a written comment from India on indeed paragraph 99, and as you can see, I already also proposed a slight rewording on this, so I think that is correct, so that it provides more clarity. So I think that seems to me correct. As regards the paragraph 100, there it was also a bit indicated that it seems that it is indeed very difficult to also for even for a submitting country to provide guarantees that the data set reflect the implementation of good agricultural practices. So we acknowledge this difficulty, and also once, well, we are certainly acknowledging the difficulty once the data are submitted to indeed be able to say, okay, they are originating from the application of good practices. Might also be a bit a burden for the submitting country, but I think it's relevant to have that notion, but indeed, following the comment made by India, I proposed to indeed having the same, I would say, ID, but a bit softened. So I think that is the proposal to address the comment from India. I see the flag from India. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to flag that stating good agriculture and manufacturing practices as provided in Codex COP is limiting in nature, because for every product, Codex may not have a COP. Thank you.
Yeah, well, of course, the point is we are talking here about in a Codex context, and of course we know that not for all data submission there are indeed corresponding codes of practices at Codex level, but there might be indeed already codes of practice and good practices applied at national level. But I think indeed what we could maybe put in, if indeed that would help India to put between, I would say, to as provided in Codex codes of practices insofar available, and are representatives of products. I think that could be added insofar available, because we know that not for all data submissions we have corresponding codes of practices. Would that be possible to add, Giuseppe? It's on the paragraph 100. Okay. The computer is frozen from the air conditioning, so but in the meantime, I see Lauren wants to have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I'd like to go back to paragraph 94.
Yeah, okay. But for the time being, we cannot go back because the computer is frozen. But you can make the comment. Okay. Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you. But the comment from Japan, as well as the reflection that some of these data may be older data, and we're trying to not throw them out completely because they were gathered correctly. I would prefer to not have the language in track changes, but instead you could add a footnote explaining this, or just say that this will be deleted in brackets, this bullet point to be well, I guess you can't really delete it, but maybe a footnote explaining it. With the track changes language, it doesn't really reflect well on the older data. So I think we kind of rushed to endorse this paragraph.
Okay, I will then indeed propose to have it as a footnote where we reflect that this is indeed for data where indeed there was in the past no requirement to provide LOQ, LOD for quantified results, and that these data could be used, in particularly in case of insufficient other data, but then with the clear indication that for these data no LOQ and LOQ was provided. So I would then indeed reflect that issue with the older data, and also that it is appropriate to use these data, certainly in the case of insufficient other data available. Okay, so that I will indeed then propose the change for the plenary. Now moving further on, paragraph 19 of 100. So there at the Codex COPS, and then add insofar available. Insofar available. Okay. Well, what is the insofar? Yeah. Okay, so I think that would address the comment from India. Moving on to the time period coverage and of the provided occurrence data, paragraph 105 to 110. So there we had the comment on paragraph 109 from India, also a bit in line with the previous comment, where indeed we indicate, of course, that indeed the data under consideration should be from the years after the implementation of that code of practice to reflect good agriculture and manufacturing practices. But unless it is indicated by a country that indeed equivalent or stricter practices had already been implemented before the establishment of the code of practice. So of course it could be that it could be also the cases that indeed the country could indicate it is applying good practices even if there is no Codex code established. So there the wording we could that indeed unless indicated by a country that, and maybe we could mention such practices, such national or regional practices had already been implemented, and then in which such data can be included. So not effectively refer indeed to the effective code of practice. So by a country that such practices, and I just take the wording of instead of equivalent or stricter, that such, so those change the word equivalent or stricter by just such practices. I think that could be. Yeah, you keep the parentheses, yeah. Any other comments? Still 10 minutes, yeah, we try to get through. Then, of course, there was also a comment from India as regards paragraph 110. And it's, of course, indeed, that relates to earlier comments that it is always difficult to judge to which extent the code of practice has been implemented. But I think there we have, and I think that the sentence was indeed that it would be appropriate to delete the first sentence, but I think it is important that we mention the difficulty that it is not always straightforward to judge if from a data set a code of practice was implemented or not. So I think it is appropriate to maintain the wording as it is currently proposed. Moving on, for the statistical analysis of occurrence data, paragraph 111 up to 114. And you see, I start here to put, of course, indeed references to the annexes in yellow, because, of course, when we finalize the main part of the text without having already finalized the annexes, well, it would be appropriate then to first have the main part without references to the annexes, but of course to keep that once the annexes are finalized to reinsert the references to the annexes. I see Canada raises the flag.
Thank you, Chair. So in paragraph 113, a couple of comments. We would suggest that you strike the significantly reference right in the middle of the paragraph. I don't think that's we are talking about statistical concepts here, and I don't think that that's the meaning that's intended, or it's probably not the best qualifier. And the other would be at the end of the paragraph, instead of proposed ML, we suggest that you stick with the hypothetical ML because you're kind of putting the cart before the horse.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Or is it in another place as well? Okay. It seems like it might show up somewhere else. We'll try to flag it when.
Okay, that's okay to take these points up. See the flag of India?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to go back to point 99, 100, 100. So here the Codex COPs, it's probably better to say if available, because in so far available is also keeping a scope for exclusion of the situation when COP is not there. So if available would be probably better. And for 109, again, the elements that could indicate whether a COP was implemented could be a consistent drop in levels after a certain year. This kind of indicator are multifactorial. And we believe the last point, information from submitting country about implementation practices, would be a more reliable kind of information rather than limiting it to the first 2 points, which we believe are multifactorial and without the information coming from the submitting country, hard to judge. So technically, everything will boil down to information from submitting country. The country may provide the justification or the supporting evidence that COP has been implemented. And accordingly, the last point, 110, may no longer be relevant if 109 is connected to the responsibility taken by the country, the data submitting country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, in fact, we see that we have here indicated elements which could indicate. It's not that they are indicating, so we could see, and that's of course also the responsibility of the submitting country, as indeed clearly indicated, and you are right, there can be multifactors, there can be specific weather conditions in a certain year having high levels, but it is indeed still, and that is also mentioned in the document, where we exclude data, there must be clear rationale, and of course we do go back to the submitting country to clearly say, okay, well, can you clarify why from that year onward, before that year, there were higher levels and so on. So it is an option that we see, okay, if there is a drop, that could be a clear indication of an implementation of a code of practice. There could be also, indeed, when we look at data from different countries in the same region, that we see high variation. There could be reasons for explaining this, but it could also be an indication that in certain countries, codes of practices were not yet implemented. So I think these are correct observations, but I wish to stress, and it is elsewhere stressed in the guidance document, that then such data are only then excluded when indeed there is indeed the submitting country can agree and cannot explain certain variations. So I would indeed be in favor of maintaining the 3 bullets. It's clearly good. It's not that they should be. So I think it's sufficiently carefully worded to indeed take into account your concerns. 5 minutes, yes. Well, we hope, yeah. Okay, so moving on. Then I will have to have the bigger steps then.
Mr.
We
Chair.
were... already at 115 up to 123. I see Canada, yeah.
We found the missing hypothetical. It's at the bottom of the figure on the next page. Thanks.
India.
Thank you, Chair. So if there is no consistent drop, even after the implementation of a COP, and if there are no differences in the levels as per the point 2, would that mean that data would be rejected from the submitting country? And also 110 doesn't empower by any means. On what basis acceptance and rejection of the data will happen? So it's complicated. By keeping these, it's not clear whether and how data rejection will happen. That is the concern. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and that's indeed, it's a guidance document. It's not a decisive flow chart. It's part of the discussions within an electronic working group, where indeed the submitting country has an important voice as regards indeed excluding data or not. And I think here we provide some elements to look into that. But indeed, the final decision on keeping data falls within the electronic working group for proposing and working out proposals for MLs for discussion in the plenary and CCCF. Okay, moving on. Then I was already at 140. No, I was at 123. So now moving to 124 to 136. And then we have comment on see if there are comments on 134 to what was it, on 36, then from 137 to 144. And I think, and then we had a comment on 145. So there we had a comment from Thailand on indeed the high percentile value, which we say it's usually the 95th percentile, but as indeed the practice is, it is also or slightly higher. Indeed, in the comment, but I would say we do not explicitly mention that. Thailand mentioned that to say, okay, in order not to exceed the rejection rate of 5%, but of course, we do not decide here within this guidance document on the appropriate rejection rate for setting an ML. So I addressed the comment from Thailand here by just adding or slightly higher, which is indeed correctly reflecting the reality, but not to go more in detail on appropriate rejection rates, because you know this is a topic for further discussion in Appendix 2 of potential further discussion. I see the flag of Canada.
Yes, thank you. And I know we're at the end of our time, but 132, if you could maybe just go back to... I believe that Aman Whitney and Crisco Wallace tests are non-parametric tests, not parametric. And the other part in the sentence, the null hypothesis, is that all data sets are assumed to be from the same population. We would prefer to see it reworded to say, are assumed to follow the same distribution.
That following the same?
132.
132.
So it should be non-parametric at the beginning.
I look at Tetsuo, is that correct?
Yes, no parametric is
okay, it's correct, okay.
And the second comment would be the second sentence. The null hypothesis is that all data sets are assumed to be from the same population. We would strike be from the same population and replace it with assumed to follow the same distribution.
Okay, assumed to follow the same distribution. And then final comment from India.
Thank you, Chair. Clause 109 and 110, when read together, seemingly looks harmless. However, in the spirit of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, it has every possibility of excluding certain data based on arbitrary conclusions. Why so? Because in 109, there are certain elements which are part defined, which I would again like to state are multifactorial. Yet 110 empowers that the pointers mentioned in 109 may be referred and justified. Therefore, 109 and 110 together, as of now, brings a potential bias in the data submission itself, and exclusion could be arbitrary, and this should be looked into carefully. And we would urge all the members to look at it very carefully. Thank you so much.
Thank you, India, for the comment. Yes, I see Thailand, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just 1 minute for 145.
Yeah.
For your suggestion of the revision, but we also like to suggest somewhat minor modification, because we think that usually we don't start with at the 95th percentile, but we normally start at something slightly higher. So can, in parentheses, can it be usually slightly higher than 95th percentile? Because normally we starting at that point, usually slightly higher than 95th percentile. Okay, thank you.
Well, yeah, I think it is indeed of the, as I said, we do have the discussion on appropriate rejection rates as a specific topic. I have no problem with indeed, as you indeed propose, and we can have that. It's just the reality. And I see that Marie-Ange. Yeah, well, if there are no comments, we finish in 5 minutes, so it's okay. So then I would say, moving on to paragraphs 150 to up to, let us say, 157, and I just say, well, we will not initiate any more the discussion now on paragraph 157 as regards the role of JECFA and the electronic working group. That would take us maybe too long, but we might see if we have an additional in-session working group tomorrow noon as initially foreseen to discuss this. So that we will take up for tomorrow. And if there are any other comments up to from paragraph 158 to 167, I see not, so I can see that we have indeed addressed the main part of the document, and I think we will not even start the discussion on the annexes or on the topics, and also this part on the JECFA electronic working group relationship. We will take that possibly tomorrow noon in a shorter in-session working group, and we can now conclude and finalize this discussion on the main part of the text for proposal to the plenary. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all behind the table. We're concluding work for today, and I have two remarks. One, I would like to ask you to please leave your headphones on the tables so they can be cleaned and recharged. And we resume discussions at 9 tomorrow. And for now, we hope to see you all at the lobby at 18:30 hours. Please take your badge with you, and the boat will leave from the pier behind the hotel at 7 o'clock. Yes? See you all then.
So otherwise you have